Jumping while the tides get thumping. Yeah. Can you see just where it's gonna go? Gonna get a jumping while the tides get thumping. There we go. I think we are live. We're alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. And yep, last time I checked, we were both breathing. Namaste, everybody. We've got Hollowbone Hawk. We've got Tom Roo. We've got Howard. Welcome in the crew. Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are thriving. Systematic. Hope you are good, dear brother. Hope you are happy. Hope you are jiving. Hope everything is just doing absolutely dandy. And there should be a thing in everybody's room. Big love, dear brother. Indy, how are you doing, man? Are you good? I don't know if Indy can hear me or if we can't hear Indy. Are you with us, dear Indy?
I got to turn my music off right quick.
Good, man. Good, brother. Good. Okay, so we're ready to roll. Without any further ado, shall we get jumping onto the show for you? Get a little bit of rhyming going so the timing's flowing so we don't have to go with the chiming on the knowing. It's going to be a cool conversation, I think. Beer, occult crossings, and life's womb of esoteric. What was it? What was it that I said? Life's womb of esoteric splendor. Oh, yeah. Splendor makes me think of the eighth sphere. When I say the eighth sphere, I don't mean the eight spheres, Rudolf Steiner's eighth sphere. I mean the eighth sphere in terms of the eighth sephirot, just to be clear. I have to draw that distinction because we literally are talking about chalk and cheese. Hello, dear Hollowbone. Hope you are thriving. I'm sure you are. You always seem to be thriving. And actually, maybe I should give a preface to how this topic came about. It might make more sense to you guys. In the chat and on the table. It was this afternoon I was speaking to my beloved and I was like, oh dang, I forgot I haven't got like the show for the round table. I was meditating on it last night and I pulled up a stump and I was like, well, I have faith tomorrow the spirit will talk to me. It will tell me like what needs to be done. What's the topic for the day? And the spirit immediately showed me a big egg in the womb. I was like, interesting. It's got me sort of thinking about the numbers of the day. And so I looked up 3 different ways of calculating the numbers. So before I get into that little roll, yeah, dear Systematic, I sent you a link on your ink box. Look in your ink box. There'll be a link docs. Not a docs, just a link box. Before we get into the conversation about the start of the show, because I think it's going to be quite revealing, let's introduce who's on the table. And Systematically, you're going to be joining us tonight. I don't know if your hand's full. Maybe you got like one monkey in each hand. And you're monkey juggling. I'm lucky. I've only got one monkey, but he weighs what 2 monkeys weigh, so I have to juggle him with two hands. So he's like a double monkey, you could say. And he climbs the walls just like a monkey. He climbs everything. He's up there. He's all over the show. He bounces off the walls. But before we get any further, I'll just go from left to right. We have Cosmic Prankster in the show. And Cosmic is our John D without a torch. You know, this light is bothering me. How does the lighting look, Cosmic? Does it look good? Or should I change? Does it look better normally?
It looks okay. It looks very clear. I feel like I see all the details. It actually looks better than usual.
Okay, so because the light's there, it's annoying my eyes. I normally put it on the side, but then it creates shadows all over my face. So I don't know what's if it looks bad usually.
I actually feel like I see more of your face than usual.
Well, there we go. So it's like I feel like I'm on stage. Whenever I've gigged, like playing music, I feel blind. I'm like a bat, right? Because you're sitting on a stage. I don't know if you've ever been on a stage. And there's so much bright lights on you that you can't see the audience. Like you try and you squint, but there's the bright lights like all over you.
Sometimes that light is like also like really hot too. Like you actually feel the heat coming from those kinds of lights. I know that was the case when they were filming The Wizard of Oz, that the lighting they used was so bright, it was actually causing people to like sweat and get hot. It was really uncomfortable.
Wow. I can imagine in winter. I mean, in summer, maybe. Yeah, yeah. During the day, if you're in a studio that's already boxed, like Hollywood or something, I can imagine. So yeah, before the yellow. Ah, thank you, sweetheart. I like the yellow color. Well, this is amber yellow, isn't it? It's golden amber. So we've got Cosmic. Cosmic is he channels, but he doesn't channel in the conventional like New Age channeling style of like who's that guy? That guy who talks, who's so funny, he's so well known.
Bashir.
Bashar. Yes. He's not. He doesn't channel like Bashar channels. He's just got a relationship with these beings, the Fae, and they share things with him. They guide him. They guide his thoughts. They guide his development. And so he doesn't use a crystal ball. He's like a John Dee kind of a channeler, more like than these other channelers, if I'm going to describe him as a channeler. But he's also dipped his foot, his tongue, his toe, and his face into different kinds of occult philosophies and practices and cosmogonies, I suppose. And he's like he's a rational thinker. He's all over the cosmological landscape. In the same vein, we've also got the Indy Sage. Indy Sage spends a lot of time focusing on anthropology. It's his bed baby, though he's also deeply embedded into Hermetics and Taoism and various other different kinds of occult philosophies, practices, cosmogonies. And shadow work is very close to his heart, something that he's put a lot of his time and thought and energy into. And that's who we are. And I'm Bush Whisperer for any newbies that come along and you haven't seen me before. I'm just the local shaman here in the Western Cape. And I've sort of dipped my toes, fingers, faces, and everything else into all sorts of occult traditions over the decades. And we're going to get cranking. Without any more ado, let's hear from the fellows on the stage. Please, brothers, say a few words about yourselves.
Yeah, so I think with me, when it comes to channeling, it's like I've learned that you got to learn to channel with your body, not so much your mind. Because one thing I realized that with channeling and spiritual communication that's tricky is that when you're channeling them with your mind, it's very easy to confuse your thoughts with the thoughts of the spirits. But when you learn to sort of like gauge that information from sort of like physical sensations in your body, you start to really get a different relationship with your mind, because it's like, most of the time I have this one face spirit that more or less spends her time with me and sort of lives in my body, and we sort of like share a body and a mind together. And what's interesting is that when you share your mind with an entity, you start to realize that, you aren't solely defined by your mind and your thoughts, because you realize, okay, these are my thoughts and these are the spirit's thoughts. And so you actually start to think of your identity more as what you feel as opposed to, what you think. So, and I'll pass the mic over to Indy.
Hey, so glad to be here today. I'm Indy, short for the Sage King of the Indigo Children, a name that was given to me by my best friend Aaron Gillette in college before he passed on. After a near-death experience, I chose to use that name to honor him, renaming myself as I had now come into a new phase of my life in a spiritual rebirth. Recently, on 3/3, during the triple moon eclipse, I renamed myself Rocco, but I'm now going to integrate that in my second name, make myself become Indigo Rocco Sage, because I really feel like Indigo really vibes. And so Rocco's a fun name too. I always wanted to be a Rocco, and the time has come. I've turned over a new leaf. I got a magical energy about me now that instead of driving people away, I'm drawing them in. So I have to learn more discernment and learn how to listen more. And it's been a beautiful journey. I got 3 friends that are like my closest friends that just are talk boxes. They just They talk, but they don't listen. But if you try to get a word in edgewise, you can't. So I'm trying to like coach some of my buddies how to like be able to have a dialogue. And they've told me that they like to have somebody that likes to listen. And I'm like one of those people that loves to listen. But sometimes, you need to ask for clarification or like mention something relevant. You don't fall asleep listening, or let them know that you understand what they're talking about. And it's difficult. But it's a great opportunity for me to have people in my life right now because I've always been kind of a hermit, which has allowed me to go deep into research. Anthropology is one of the things I'm deeply interested in, mainly because I was shown the answers. In the year 2000, my spirit was called to the sun. I was shown where humanity comes from, where life on Earth comes from, why we need technology and language. And it's been a real journey trying to find parallels to what I've been shown. Oh, look, Franklin's got a bird. Fabulous. And so I've been able to find the works of Elaine Morgan, who was the proponent of the aquatic ape theory, and other individuals like Desmond Morris on the same boat. Also Anna Breitenbach, who does interspecies communication, and lots of mystical stuff, all ties in from ancient mysticism with the things that I was shown, and able to experience multiple timelines. So now I do guided past life meditation, and I'm working towards becoming a yoga instructor and a practitioner at my church, which is Ernest Holmes Creative Thought Center. So things are really blossoming for me. I'm really deeply versed in ancient philosophical Taoism. That's what I identify as my religion, which is kind of integrative and allows me to have eclectic wisdom from other sources as well, which are pretty much unlimited. And Carl Jung is like my spirit animal, so to speak. But I'm also a shaman, and I'm also versed in many healing modalities, including Reiki, Jungian shadow work, as was mentioned earlier, several other things, somatic healing, laying hands. So I could go on for days, but yeah, so those are some of the main things I get into, and I'm getting more deeply curious about magic and getting more involved with understanding that and doing more deep research on that. My new good friend Dennis has gotten me more interested in Rudolf Steiner, so I'm going to be doing some studies on Rudolf Steiner over the next few months. He just got back from a Buddhist monastery that he was staying in, so he's going to teach me a little bit about Buddhism as well. So it should be a great journey ahead, and I'm grateful for everything that has come through to me in my past, and let's let it roll, guys. Let's kick it off.
Right. Just trying to adjust my microphone. Get it absolutely optimal. There we go.
This is the rune for the day that I picked. This is the Warrior Stone, and it identifies with 2, where we get the name Tuesday. That is the god of Mars. War god.
To us. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
To us, indeed.
Now, is 2
Okay.
and 2 the same person?
Yeah. Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
I think same embodiment.
IW.
Maybe.
Yes.
To us.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's different eras and different Germanic groups. And so there wasn't just one. The same like English language, the word has been different in different places, Tomato, tomato.
Name was Tyr, apparently.
That's I think that's the Norse, I think.
Yeah.
So you got the Norse, then you got different eras of the same people. First there were like only so many ruins, then there were more ruins, and as the Germanic people or who the Germanic people are descendants of, as they developed, the runic alphabet developed with them, if that makes sense. So originally I think there was only 16. Is that right? 16? And then it was like 24, and there's some runic alphabets that have more runes as well. And then there's a Celtic runic as well. So they're not all exactly the same, but they are similar. Okay, so let's get into this. So sphere, occult crossings, life's womb of esoteric splendor. And I'm going to break down for you how I fished this name out of the ethers. Firstly, I do the numbers for the day, and there's different ways of doing the numbers. And I break the numbers down in different ways. So firstly, I add up the breaking down of the numbers, which is a very simple way, which is, the date, the day of the month, the number, then the month. So it'd be 18 plus 4, which is 22. And then I'd say it's the 20th century plus 20. That's 42. Sorry. And then I'd say 26. And that makes 68. So I played with the numbers of 68. There's another way of breaking down the numbers as well. When you say the 2, when you say the numbers like 1 and 6, 1 and 8 and 4, and you add them up, and then you add on 2, you drop the 0, and then you add on the 2 and the 6. And so you can break the numbers down in different ways. And one of the ways you break it down, you end up with the number 68. That's the first way I showed you. And so I looked up, and 68 breaks back down to 5, of course, right? Because when you compound it, it becomes 14. So it's a 6 and an 8, breaks down to a 1 and a 4, breaks down to 5, breaks down to Mercury. But I looked at 68 because that number was like calling to me. And so we're talking about words like Chaim when we look at the Gematria. And the Chaim is related to life and the forces of life. And then you got words like Halal, which is relating to space, right? If you're thinking about like density, void, vacuum, and not necessarily the idea of void and vacuum as people typically understand it, but the idea of space that's not got anything differentiated. Undifferentiated space is probably a good way. So it's got to do with like a harmonious expression of space. Now, 68 you could think of if you Google it, because I thought I was going to rip Google a new one, personally. Harmonious expression of personal freedom. And I thought, actually, for once, Google's not that far off, because number 5 does represent an element of personal freedom, which is the number of man. 6 is about harmony. 8 is about, there's an element of duty to it, but it's duty in harmony. So it's a balance of the spiritual and the material. So it's not quite so far away from an element of personal freedom within personally, but not necessarily from within your ancestral lineage and your relation to your family and, responsibilities. I'm a father, for example. And then you've got Psalm 68, which is, God's mighty voice, that vibration that comes from deep within the silence and the darkness. All of this obviously relates to the idea of victory and protection, that power of purification, right? That pure inner spirit, pure inner soul, from the sphere of 6, Tiferet, harmony, and the sphere of 8, which represents perennialism, the form and structure of perennialism. And when you compound the 6 and the 8, these two sephirot, you end up with sort of a bridge between worlds, in a sense. And that bridge between the worlds is represented by the will and the world's expression of personal power. So that was one way of looking at it. Then the other way that I split the numbers down brings us to 41, and that's when we take the numbers in singular form. And 41 was really interesting, right? Because first thing, 68, we're talking about that void vacuum, which is the negative space, the divine feminine chaos, if you will, from whence numerations and all things arise. But we've also got Chaim, life, that's prana, that's the neuma, that's the life force. And it's got a silent oud from the number 68, pointing back at the principle of understanding, and binah, right? Binah, which is the form that structures this universe, the proverbial womb, the oceans of Binah, which represents, the potentials of the triple goddess represented in the element of water. So when we then go to the number 41, we end up with am. Am is in I am that I am. And that am represents the mother. There's two forms of the mother when we look at Kabbalistic law. You could say there's Ima or Ema, which represents the mother as we know it. And then there's that represents the divine intelligence of the divine feminine. So we're now more in tune with the neshama than what we are with the actual principle of nurturing. We're more with the structuring, the form. It's got to do with the womb and birth. And so that's when we break down the number 41, which I thought was interesting, because the subtle insinuation behind this is we're talking about the hidden intellectual forces, the hidden intellect that isn't obvious. We're talking about the emotional intelligence, not the rational intelligence, which is the intuition, which is how we experience a divinity. And of course, when we use words like matrix, this is what we're talking about, the number 41. The extra aleph, when you add it on to the word, sort of bridges coming back to itself and giving itself like a full circle. So we're actually talking, when we add that second one on, about the mother itself. So that got me thinking, the hidden intellect. And this is also like reminiscent of the ancestors, that hidden intelligence within us all, which is our ancestral root, and from a shamanic perspective, our ancestral intelligence, which we carry the imprints and memories and intelligence of all those that have come before us. And we can tap into that because time is an illusion. We can move our consciousness back and forward through time if we allow ourselves to unbridle ourselves from space, and then thus from time, and reconnect with our ancestors from past or future, because it's all right here, right now. Then the last way of bringing this, compounding these numbers of the day, is 248. Now, 248, that's an interesting one. That's when you take 2026, right? And you add 8, and you add 18, and you add 4. You end up with 248. So those are the three ways of permuting the numbers. And I thought it's interesting to show people that there are different ways of handling these numbers, but they all coalesce. Now, the 248 is a really important number for the Kabbalah, for those of you that know, because it relates to the 248 members. The body has 248 members, the body-soul connection. So there are 248 organs of the soul and the body. We call it the soul body, which is emanating the physical flesh within the soul body. So the body is part of the soul, or an emanation within the soul. And this process of emanations we see as 248 organs or limbs of the body parts. And there's two words that we can relate to this, right? Which relate to this concept, the name of these 248 limbs, which is Ivarim and Ibarim. So the Ibarim and the Ivarim. And when we're looking at Abba Gadabra, we've got the beginnings of the roots of this word in the Abarim, which means to do with the crossing over, and that crossing over between different planes, which is how these limbs connect different planes of existence. And these limbs also connect the consciousness field from the most mundane parts of the body to the most sublime parts of thought, so that there's a continuum of thought to flesh, moving through flesh. So Evarim and Abarim, thus having the roots of ever, evar, ever. The word ever in English is reminiscent of this, rather interestingly. And that's to pass over, to pass by something, to step over, to leave it behind, as it were. So anyway, that's how I got to this subtle concept of the numbers, and that sort of took me to and the word fear is related to this, right? Because the fear is the limiting factor, and the fear is the limiting factor of this crossing over. This crossing over is related to fear. And so this is why we have the watcher upon the threshold that will prevent us from reaching into cosmic states of consciousness and transcending our own personal limitations, because there is a fundamental state of fear that locks us into the patterns and the cycles that we are, which is why someone in a terribly abusive relationship will find it hard to leave that relationship, because there's a fundamental fear in it. You ever asked someone who's been in an abusive relationship, why didn't you leave? They don't really know why, but they just felt afraid to leave. It's built into our psyche. It's part of the matrix. So, the womb, the cosmic egg, the esoteric splendor, that is that fundamental state of high hidden intelligence, which is the emotional intelligence, the divine intelligence of the mother, of the feminine, and these occult crossings, which is these proverbial limbs that we can stretch and use to phase between different states of reality, which is what number 5 represents. So there's quite an intense breakdown of how this show was born. It's a walk through my unconscious for a moment. Funny place that it is. But so where would you guys like to start? Cosmic, Indy.
Let's start with the 8th Sephiroth point, the Sephiroth, number 8. Now, I know you mentioned that 6 is Tiferet. And where were you saying fear comes from? From Tiferet?
Fear, I don't think fear is just rooted in once. Fear probably has strong resonances with the number 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
transformation.
And the number 4. Probably its strongest resonance with the number 4, because, so 4 represents being stagnant. So Chinese numerology lives in fear of number 4, right? And in German, when you say the number 4, you say fear, right? 1, 2, 3, fear. And the word fear is related to the word fire in its, in its linguistic roots. So 4 represents, let's crank out some pictorial fun and games, ladies and gentlemen. So fear is that crystallization, right? That being stuck, that being trapped represents. And it sort of also denies freedom in a sense. Yeah. So that denial of freedom is the number 4. But 4 also holds knowledge. And knowledge is scary because knowledge is power. Because with power comes responsibility. And so the number 8 has to be wired into 4. Because 8 is, as you can see, our 4 is the builder. It builds knowledge. It builds structure. But it builds you into a cocoon, and you're stuck in your cocoon. And that feeling of helplessness and not being able to choose needs to be matured by the element of 5 and harmonized by 6 and digested and ingested and assimilated by 7 in order for 8 to become a harmonic expression of the dynamic principles of the number 4. So 8 is connected to fear because Saturn, right? Time means limitation. Time means the withering away of your body. And we're talking about fear, fire. We're talking about stagnancy. We're talking about that which means you're no longer alive. That's the fundamentals of fear, I think. So number 8 is quite closely aligned with the number 4. And as we know, with the Saturn square, as I'm often banging on about, the Saturn square also shows us that dynamic relationship where 4 and 6 hold a dynamic power relationship with the number 5. And the number 5 sits in the center, right? And if we look at this, we can see it on the image, right? We see the number 5 in this dynamic relationship sitting right in the center. And the whole mandala is revolving around the number 5. But 4 is the root, and 6 is sort of the aerial, the broadcasting unit, if you will. And these two polarizing potentials of 1, 2, and 3, and 7, 8, and 9 are revolving to produce centrifuge and centripetal potential around the axis mundi, represented by the 4, 5, and 6 here by the blue line, as we can see on the bottom part of the diagram. So fear is quite fundamentally rigged into the system, and number 5 is sort of the shattering element of the fear, because 5 represents the limitations, but it also represents the personal will overcoming the limitations, which is that fundamental mercurial movement. I hope that makes sense, dear brother.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's fascinating how the 4, 5, and 6 broadcast in that straight line, and then the 1, 2, and 3 and the 7, 8, 9 make those opposing V's. It's such a beautiful layout and design. And I also wanted to mention that is the same layout of the Bagawa square that was created by Fu Xi, the Green Emperor of China, who was portrayed having a serpent tail, with his wife Neuma also having a serpent tail. And each one of them is holding the tools of architecture, having brought civilization to China. And the Chinese were wandering in the wilderness aimlessly and had no understanding of civilization or any technology to use for hunting, fishing, or agriculture, until they were brought to them by Fu Xi, who later developed the Bagawa square, and with it came the development of math and language for them. So it really goes way back. And number 5 being the central.
You're talking about the thumbnail, yeah?
Yeah. The Saturn square with the numbers is identical to the Bagawa square of Fu Xi. And the number 5 in the center is the one number that's taken out of the 8 trigrams that developed for the I Ching. And 5 being the root of existence and source of transformation, where the central root is where things emanate from, having come from source mind in the beginning, and also bringing us transformation in each moment, as is done through Shiva, the great transformer, in the Vedic understanding. So it comes from a mysterious place of the source mind that is the unseen realm, where it's manifested into this plane. And so a lot of people in science are of the impression, especially before quantum physics, that fatalism or determinism can be discovered by understanding the breakdown of chemical reactions of the atoms, or finding the monads and understanding their path. But it's really been understood as things have developed that things aren't that simple, especially when they did the slit experiment in quantum physics and found that an observer will alter how things behave in the physical world. So this kind of ties into an ancient Roman understanding. They believed that the eyes were a lantern that we shine onto what we see. And so it's been found now in quantum physics that there is some truth to that. Our lantern of our eyes, as we observe things, influences how they behave and take form, which is quite fascinating. And I feel like some people that are of deep spiritual practices and ascended and rooted practices of self-mastery can really see this happening when they come into a room. It can really deeply affect the people in their environment, and sometimes people are drawn towards them, usually the case, Other times people will contest them and try to ostracize or ridicule them because they kind of represent a breaking through of the veil, which people have grown comfortable with if they're in a conformity state to the mainstream. And it can really tick some people off because they might be jealous. They might just be upset that their worldview is being compromised when someone else comes in with things that are a little bit deeper when they're themselves standing in the shallow waters. And it's a fascinating thing. I've been able to experience this, and Richard Dawkins developed a chart of how many people one can influence as they have ascended spiritually. And at the very top, when you've ascended through self-mastery to so-called enlightenment, which is a perpetual process, it's not an end place. Those people can influence up to 1 million individuals around them in their proximity at a vast distance. So it's pretty amazing how a lot of this stuff is being understood now by science, but it's always been known for thousands of years in mysticism. It's really kind of helping us merge the two systems that have been considered to be diametrically opposing each other, but now are understood to be integratable, if I may create my own little word there.
Well, I think, and we're talking about these two different worldviews, and I'm thinking about it now, it's that, you think about the distinction between magic and science. And I think one of the reasons that, physicists and scientists have a, hard time reaching this conclusion is that they don't want to give up the idea that nature is inherently mechanical. And I think that, for all intensive purposes, there's a kind of a mechanization to a lot of spiritual beliefs too, seeing everything kind of coming from this particular specific pattern. But I think when it comes to understanding nature and its, true nature, is that you have to look at it in that kind of that irrational, primordial kind of way. Like, even if you look at like how quantum particles operate and the fact that they are, the fact that they have to use probabilities and the fact that it's all, really confusing and complex and you can't figure that out, that to me is more indicative of organic life forms and their unpredictable nature than, machines and mechanization. Because you really think about it, if materialism actually was true, there wouldn't be any chaos in the universe because there would be no consciousness, no irrational, no organic, desires to sort of interfere with the process. Everything would just be like perfect, geometric, patterns and stuff. Like, you think about like a machine, the reason that a machine can do things so efficiently and so with so much like precision, so much accuracy, is that if you think about it, it's because it doesn't have consciousness interfering with the process. It's not like when you're, maybe like 3D printing a table, you're not distracted with like the thought of a sandwich or your nephew that you thought about like 3 years ago or something like that. You're just like, because you don't have any consciousness. So in a lot of ways, I think it's ironic that a lot of religious people, when they try to prove that God is real in the universe, will always go to trying to find the ordered things like the golden ratio and look how these things are all symmetrical and look how these things are fractal, when actually the chaotic, unregulated, and sort of non-Euclidean aspects of nature, the stuff that doesn't fit into a nice little, 400 something hertz musical paradigm, is you realize that chaos, that is actually evidence of consciousness and a sort of a soul in the universe, in the sense that, I think in order to understand God, I think you have to understand that there's an irrational component to the Godhead and the universe, and that there's this irrational organic component. And the irony is in our effort to sort of overly rationalize the universe, we ended up getting away from God. When the irony is that move towards rationalization, which happened around the Enlightenment time, was originally thought like, oh, we're going to really now that we've got the science and now we're going to really prove God is real, because now we have all the evidence and the science. And it kind of went in the opposite direction. And maybe that's more of a political thing, but And I think a lot of this is all strayed from the fact that we started to define the universe mechanically as opposed to organically. Because if you think about a machine is something that is designed usually with some kind of purpose in mind. Like you build a car, that's a machine. It has a purpose of, taking you from point A to point B. You have like a pulley system, and that purpose is to, move an object up from an elevator to another floor sample. But if you think about things like planets and rocks and stars and things like that, they don't really have a utilitarian purpose, which to me suggests that rocks, because they don't have that specific purpose, are more akin to life forms and organisms than they would be machines. And what I'm saying is that the organism narrative is more fitting for that primordial so-called unconscious aspect of the universe than this kind of mechanistic, paradigm, right? So I think if we can get away from the mechanistic aspect of the universe, I think then science and magic can actually start to work together. Because I think that in an effort to, try to explain things in a mechanistic way, it's been a failure to both science and magic. In a sense, it's been a disservice to both of these enterprises. So I think if we can kind of take my perspective is to take a more organic look at the universe. And I think then you look at it, makes you think about scientific ideas in a different way. And you can actually start to see how these things interact with each other in a meaningful way. Because the problem with materialism is that, you have to come up with a lot of really convoluted explanations to understand why consciousness exists, et cetera, et cetera. But I find that if you kind of reduce everything to an organism instead, it's kind of an Occam's razor situation where it just becomes it's actually fairly intuitive and obvious to understand how life forms can evolve from planets, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I wanted to go
through. Good observation. But yeah, fire away. I just wanted to say I agree with that. I think like there's a lot more to look at. So the mechanical idea needs to be like dismantled. But please, Indy, brother, fire away.
Yeah, and about that, I'd like to mention that in ancient philosophical Taoism, they, much like the Hermetic principles, suggested that the source mind is primary, and that all manifestations of the yin and yang, which are things that we can observe and experience in the physical realm, are secondary, and they're the effects of the hidden cause, which ties in with the Hermetic understanding. So I feel like there was somewhat of an exchange between the West and the East, possibly back when the world civilization, or at least Eurasian civilization of Tartary, or the Tartarian civilization, was in effect. But we do know that the Proverbs of David and Solomon and the Psalms were from like around 700 BC, and I feel had a strong influence on Lao Tzu and Confucius, like around 550 BC, when Lao Tzu met with Confucius at the library, as he was the curator there. Lao Tzu was, and I feel that he was exposed to the works of David and Solomon, because the writing in the Proverbs and the writing of the Tao Te Ching is very resonant and has a lot of similarities in the phrases and the ideations and the principles. So I feel like there was then at that point a time later when Yeshua came to the East and gathered up Eastern wisdom from India and China, and was able to bring back some of the Eastern wisdom that was influenced from the West originally. And so, like for one example, the Confucian proverb from 550 BC of the Golden Rule was, "Do not do unto others as you would not have done unto yourself." So it's very similar to the principle that Yeshua had brought back to the West, but it's kind of the reciprocal understanding of not doing as opposed to doing, which I feel like has deeper implications. Now, as far as what I was going to talk about, I wanted to mention a brief mention of the sequence of the different Sephiroths, the Sephirothic spheres that go through in the Sephirothic labyrinth. Starting with Keter, the crown, The experience of divine faith, superconscious will, and pure delight is the initial spark before thought is formed, representing the higher self, the spiritual impulse. Then second, we have the chokma, wisdom, spark of insight or flash of intuition. This is the intellectual experience of receiving a new idea, often described as wisdom, in a fleeting, formless moment. And then we have third, binah, understanding. The process of deep contemplation, structuring and analyzing an idea. This experience is associated with joy, as the insight from chokma is finally understood and fleshed out. And fourth, we have sometimes not shown, the root of all things. Da'at, knowledge, the synthesis of intellect into emotion, representing union of the internalization of an idea linked to the head with the heart. So this is very powerful, where the integration of things, the sacred union, is achieved, and from it is birthed the deeper understanding, where the thinking can be aligned with the feeling, and the deeper understanding of wisdom in the heart. Then fifth, we have chesed, loving kindness, the experience of expanding love, unconditional giving, and benevolence. It is the desire to share and be generous. Sixth is Gavura, number 6. Is that right? I think when I add da'at, I think that throws the numbers off. So I think chesed is actually identified as
Chesed is 4, the 4th sphere.
4.
Yeah.
Then
Or
okay.
Jedula.
So then
Jebura's 5.
Well, with a B,
No,
Jebura.
Jedula. Duh. Jedula.
Jedula.
It's another name for Chesed.
Oh, Chesed. But then we have Jebura, sometimes spelled with a B. Jebura is number 6. Number 5, as Chesed was 4. And number 5, Jebura, represents might or severity. The experience of restraint, fear, discipline, and awe is the power to judge, set boundaries, and restrict energy to create focused outcomes. Then, of course, we have number 6, Teferet, harmony or beauty. The balance between kindness, chesed, and restraint, Jebura. This represents compassion, truth, and the heart center, finding the harmony between the opposites. And then after that, we have Netzach, number 7, victory or endurance, the experience of persistence, artistic creativity, and the emotional urge to win or overcome obstacles. And of course, we have number 8, Had, splendor or thanksgiving or gratitude, the experience of humility, sincerity, and letting go. It balances Netzach by providing the ability to admit defeat, Netzach being victory. Thank others or communicate with sincerity modestly. And then we have, of course, Yesod, which is number 9, foundation, the experience of connection, bonding, and self-expression. It is the gathering of all previous energies into a final foundation, often associated with sexual energy, habit, and imagination, before manifestation. Then we have number 10, Malkut, kingdom presence, the experience of realizing the divine in the physical world. It represents the tangible creation, action, leadership, and the divine presence, Shekinah, within everyday life. And this is often viewed as the rectification or tikkun of the self through these 10 stages, moving from higher spiritual insights down to practical application of these, which is considered the ultimate purpose of human life. All right, I'm complete with the review of the basic Sephirotic path, and I love this diagram that has been put together. I was going to mention the associations of the 7 chakras with the 7 different levels of the Sephirotic labyrinth, but Da'at is left out of that, so it allows for there to be 7 because with Da'at in the mix, it would have created 8 stages. But I like to associate Da'at with Ajna, the inner eye or the third eye. Indigo chakra.
You see, the Kabbalistic consideration of Da'at relates to the reason they say, like in the Sefer Yetzirah, that there are 10 Sefirot, not 9 and not 11, quite specifically. Yeah. And the Zohar also goes as far as to sort of, enumerate these ideas, is because Da'at isn't considered a Sefirot. It's something more than a Sefirot. It represents time, space, reality, humanity before the proverbial fall. Does that make sense? So it represents what we will be. So when all of the Sefirot are reabsorbed into a single unity, that will be Da'at. So Da'at represents that chasm, yeah, that space, that empty crack that separates these aspects of reality from what it could be. And it's got to do with evolution, Da'at might be an evolution that we're moving towards, but also something that we come from, like as a concept. And it relates to knowledge, because that's like part of the geometry and the meaning of the word. But you see, this alliteration of these words, I don't agree with the alliteration as they said. For example, they say hod, I say head. Just to be clear, there are no vowels in Hebrew written. So it's like a pick your own adventure, right? You've got to choose your own vowels. So when all the Hebrew-speaking people got together in Israel, they all had different pronunciations for these words. Some people were pronouncing it head. Some people were pronouncing it hod. Some people were pronouncing it hid, right? And so they had a popularity vote and a contest to see which one was most popular, depending on where you came from and how many people came from that area. That was basically what it was. It was an area thing, area code. The same way as, like, do we pronounce it tomato or tomato? Well, it depends on where you come from, but they're both right, essentially. And they're both fundamentally wrong, essentially. So when I think of hod, I think of head. And it makes a lot more sense when we say the head, right? Because 8 represents the infinite potential, right? The infinite potential that structures things. So it gives structure to things. It gives structure to the form, where form begins with Binah. Form begins with that divine feminine facilitating the potential for form. And then when the form of Binah comes into gestation, then it starts to separate. The expansion, the principle of expansion, brings about this separation into the Majloth. That's Chesed. The Majloth is the 12 signs of the zodiac. And so the macrocosm is reflected in this state of form. But then in the state of form, this needs to be limited and regulated, because there then has to be rules. So the number 5 comes in to ensure that there can be the movement necessary to dynamically enact the rules. The 6 then is the state of harmony that maintains the turning of the sphere and the wheel and all the spheres in their own time and place. The 7 is the cyclical nature of that interplay, so that there can be a cyclical, eternal dance, if you will, so that it doesn't have a shelf life. Yeah. So when we speak of this, we speak about this perennialism, in a sense. And then the 8 comes as that structuring unit in order to give names to things. So 8 really has got to do with the naming of things, in a sense. And the that part of the mind that is able to put things into perspective. So we often relate the head to intellect, to the ability to rationalize. And then this has to be planted as a foundation. And the foundation is Yeshut. And that sort of foundation represents the binding, that element which binds things together, right? And that element of binding is like where the roots can all come in. That's the root of the plant, if you will. And that root of the plant then represents where it's moving towards as a unity. And when you compound all of these through the foundation, you end up with matter as the 10th reflection of these 9 spheres, the enneagram. So this is why, like, the specifically the what you call Darth represents death. When you say that word, it makes more sense, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
makes a lot more sense. So they try to confound us with language, but when we're talking about Darth, we're talking about death. We're talking about the void. We're talking about the abyss, right? You fall into the abyss. You're no longer alive. That crossing between the divine realms and this realm, life and death. So that death isn't really real. I mean, it's very real because it's carried in all the other Sephirot. All the containers must rupture when you leave this world. But the rupturing of these containers do not cause the rupturing of the supernal containers, because those get reabsorbed. That's like your soul essence that moves to your next incarnation. So the idea of Darth and death. So if you change the pronunciation of Darth to death and you change the pronunciation of Hot to head, it suddenly makes so much more sense. And you know, so those are just little things that I always like to.
I just kind of noticed something interesting when I was listening to your conversation. A thought occurred to me that, you know, because when it comes to consonants and vowels in regards to language, I always think of consonants as masculine and vowels as feminine. So if the Hebrew language doesn't have any vowels in its alphabet, that kind of suggests that God is only masculine. So by not having vowels in the Hebrew language, they're essentially kind of boxing out any potential for any kind of goddess-like figure to sort of manifest itself in its language. And it never occurred to me that this idea goes that deep into the thought process, just the language itself, the way it's structured. And it's kind of interesting too that in a lot of ways that alphabets, you know, early alphabets were usually mostly consonants, and that was kind of a time where we were kind of you know, moving in different terms in terms of like matriarchy and patriarchy and stuff like that. And it's like almost like that kind of reinforced that kind of like, because you think about early writing, it's almost started out as a very masculine energy, you know, with these consonants. And then later on, the sort of a femininity of vowels was kind of added to it to give it more, you know, kind of salience. Because you think about even like when you speak like today with like the languages that we use, it's like, it seems like unheard of to have words without vowels. Like the idea of most people trying to pronounce words without vowels, it's difficult to do. You come up with all these subjective, like, you know, I'm going to put these filler sounds, you know, sort of in between the space. But I just think it's kind of, you know, an interesting concept to look at, that the importance of like that, you know, consonants and vowels do have a kind of masculine and feminine relationship. Because think about it, it's kind of like, every consonant and a vowel are kind of like paired together in words. Because if you have a word that's all consonants or all vowels, it's usually very difficult to pronounce, or it's very awkward to say. But if you have that nice alignment of consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, it comes across the tongue very naturally. It comes across your mouth in a very straightforward, natural way. And I never really like put those ideas together before.
There's a reason for that, though, huh? And you can find the reason in the Enneagram. And this, I've tried to explain this to people before. Like, I had this conversation with Gabriel like long time ago, because Gabriel kept trying to align the major arcana with with the Sephiroth, with the Enneagram. And I kept saying to him, it doesn't work. Because the major arcana is the feminine path. It's the feminine. So here's where we come to the crux of what we're talking about. Why are the vowels not represented? It's not that there aren't vowels, Cosmic. It's that the vowels aren't represented. And you know, the Egyptian language, the language of Chem, that's where this finds its fruit. So all of these languages came from the Kemetic knowledge and the Kemetic language. So the reason the vowels aren't actually drawn is because the language is numerical. The letters birth from numbers, and numbers are masculine expressions. The feminine, when you look at the Enneagram here, you can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the masculine expressions, right? The feminine is the relationship between 7 and 2. There's a yellow line, right? The relationship between 7 and 3. There's a yellow line. The relationship between 7 and 5 and the relationship between 7 and 9, there are blue lines, right? Then the relationship between 3, 9, and 6, that's a relationship. Then the relationship between 8, 5, and 2, that's a relationship. And then the relationship between 7, 1, and 4, that's a relationship. So those three fundamental relationships are fundamental to understanding just exactly what we're looking at. So what they did was they took those feminine expressions, right? And they tied those feminine expressions, those relationships, they tied them to numbers. And the moment that relationship became tethered to a number, the number became the expression. And so when you look at it from that perspective, you see like the relationship then expressing itself as a number, it's expressed as a masculine element, because in this physical world, you see forces of movement and change. But the feminine is sort of the matrix from where everything comes. And so the feminine is unknowable. The feminine is unseeable. You cannot write the feminine down because it's transcendent and profound. It's the spirit. The masculine elements are the elements and the building blocks that you see around you in the physical world. So if you go into a ship, the entire ship is a she, right? But all the other little objects in the ship are like little masculine pods, right? And so the ship is like the proverbial womb. So the feminine is the womb. So the vowels are the key. For example, when you look at the pronunciation of words, the words were supposed to have different forms of pronunciation, right? They're not supposed to have one form. That's why when you hear the word Yahweh, that's just one particular elemental expression. But the real ritual of pronouncing that word involves cycling the vowels through each letter. So you've got to pronounce that word, and there's 26 elements that need to be taken into consideration when pronouncing that name. And that name will build the entire system, the entire Mazloth, when it's pronounced, because there are many vowels. Every letter contains within it every vowel. So the inflection of those vowels are contained within the letter, so they don't need to be written. But they should never be written, because the moment you write the vowel down, you're pegging something that's not limited to become limited. This is what we've done with modern language, where we've written down the vowels. We've only got 5 vowels, right? There used to be a lot more than 5 vowels, I can tell you that much. If you chant Om, you'll see there's more than 5 vowels within just that one syllable alone. So I think the reason for not having vowels written down is because we revered and respected the ancients. The ancients revered and respected the divine feminine. Today, the divine feminine doesn't get that reverence. It doesn't get that respect. It gets written down like it's a masculine letter, it gets forced to pretend that it's a male when it's not a male, in a sense. And that's why we say male is something that you mail to someone else, right? It's moving, it's going somewhere, it's got a point to it. The divine feminine doesn't have a point. So this I think is a very interesting point that you bring up. You know, how the divine feminine has been we were taught to have little, well, I would say worse than that, right? Mother Mary was turned into a prostitute, right? The Eve was the reason for the fall of mankind. Are you with me? Like, demonized, is that the word you said?
I said obfuscate. But
I would say
demonized.
Demonized. That's the word I would use. But yeah, obfuscated, but demonized. So we've demonized the divine feminine to such an extent that she's just another player in the game, when actually she is the whole game. I hope that makes sense. Like,
yeah, I think it was Mary Magdalene that was turned to a prostitute, not Virgin Mary. Is that accurate?
I believe so, right. But she was the important part. You see,
I think they were both
the whole story of the
whole
story of his mother being a virgin, that was invented later by the Catholics. But the story of Mary being the first and most important disciple, that all the other disciples were jealous of her, that's important. Do you see what I mean? The really important Mary, who shows that like the woman is the container for the spirit, was like demonized to be a prostitute, when actually she was the one that carried the soul of Christos knowledge, in a sense.
Yeah, and John Waterhouse at the Center for Spiritual Learning in Asheville, before he passed on, taught us one day that in the Aramaic, that the word for the Holy Spirit was originally Baba, not Abba, which referred to the Great Mother, or Mother Earth in our hearts, that were made from Mother Earth. She created our bodies, and she's our creator, and we can access her within, and she's connected to Sister Moon and Father Sun. And it's all like a whole system of integration of the sacred union. And there's also, of course, the wife of Yahweh, Asherah, who is still in the New International Version of the Bible, but is not mentioned in the King James Bible. So she had a big role to me, because like the Christmas tree, the holiday of Easter, the maypole are all representations of Asherah worship. And sometimes it's said that she was the wife of Yahweh. Sometimes other was known as Jehovah. Sometimes she's said to have been the wife of El Shaddai, who's the most high, most wise God. But El Elyon was considered to be like the most powerful God that ruled over the other gods. But there's like a whole pantheon of many different gods in Hebrew. It was originally henotheistic before it became monotheistic in modern times. And there's several of them are syzygies, where there's like a male god role which has a female wife partner. And then there's like Jezebel, who is, I think, associated with Baal. A lot of them are called the Queen of Heaven, that walked on the primordial waters. And it's said that in the beginning in Genesis, in the beginning actually was in the womb of creation. And they changed in the womb of creation to in the beginning. So there's a lot there that's been lost in translation from the long history of the sacred feminine.
In your language that you've created, Cosmic, are the vowels not sort of carried by the consonants?
No, there's vowels in the language. I think the consonants obviously do have an effect on how the vowels are sort of like conjugated when you say the certain words, but I don't know. I have to kind of think about that more deeply in terms of just like, because a lot of times I use the language just to kind of like understand universe and sarfexology, but actually working on it as an actual spoken language is a completely different. I haven't spent as much time investigating that aspect of it.
It's very interesting because when you look at the Hebraic language, people think that aleph means a, right? A vowel.
Mm-hmm.
But aleph isn't actually a vowel. It's actually a consonant. Because it's the release of breath. So it's breathing into your, that's the letter. And or is or. It's sort of like it's compressing the sound into your throat, like the iron, or iron. So it's like it's literally making a mouth shape. So consonants really represent shapes of the mouth, movement, shapes and movements. Oh. So we would then oh, right? It's compressing the sound in to make it bounce inwards. And where else do we have the semblance of what could be seen as a vowel? Aleph, iron, hair is sometimes seen as a vowel, but it's more like a swinging breath. Hey, you know. So it's very much a consonant. Yeah, cosmic brother.
Well, maybe let's think about this in a different way, because we're thinking about it just in terms of the actual aesthetic, sound quality. Because I think you can kind of argue that you can make any vowel as a consonant and vice versa. But maybe we should look more at the function of a consonant versus a vowel. Because if you think about it, like a consonant has a very specific defined meaning, whereas I feel like a vowel is kind of like an empty space in which meaning can be impregnated into, right? So that, I think if we look at vowels and consonants in that kind of relationship, I think it makes more sense.
Exactly. The vowel is like the tone. Yeah. And the shape of the mouth. You see, a vowel, the shape of the mouth is merged stationary. Think about it. A, O, U, E, I. But the consonants, like the mouth is changing shape. So
it's like you're making the vowels with your throat instead of your mouth.
Yeah, but I mean, when you speak in a word, if you say cat, k and t are moving sounds. A is just stationary. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
if you say sense. Ron or rod, wherever you put the vowel, your mouth stands still and just tones. It just holds a shape. Like the womb.
I just kind of wanted to point that out earlier about the Hebrew language, because it's like you start to realize that the way the language is structured, sort of also contorts to the philosophy and the belief system that it adheres to. So in a lot of ways, you're getting that belief system at a more subconscious, unconscious level just by the way the words sound and structured, let alone the ideas and philosophy behind it.
Totally. And it's quite interesting because, like, I think you're right on a number of things, like also our modern concept of consonants. We don't really get taught much in school about language, do we? I mean, they breezed over it very quickly, phonetics. I found it fascinating, and I was like, is that it? Now we're done with phonetics. I was like, that's so exciting. They didn't want to deal with it in school. This is a quick little crasher course. Like, yeah, like these are palatal. This is in the front of your head. This is in the front of your mouth. This is in the back of your throat. And like where the sounds are happening and the shapes necessary to make the sounds. And I think like there's an element of geometry in that, if that makes sense. Like the geometry of the face and the geometry of the mouth and the shape necessary for sound to happen, and how you need to have a transition from one shape to another shape to make a particular sound. And I think that's what they were like really focused on, is the geometry in our mouth and the shape, the geometric transition between two forms of geometry in order to produce what we call a consonant or a vowel. But I think you're very right in like how language has structured our psyches unconsciously as well. I think it's got a lot to do with the development of rationalism, if that makes sense. The rational intellect and the rational the powers of the rational intellect and logic was becoming more and more evolved in the human, possibly at the detriment of the emotional intelligence and the intuitive function. But with that rational logic evolution, or that adaptation, came the ability to apply that logic in very stringent ways. And so I think it was maybe part of our evolutional chain that was being sort of structured into our language and expressed, that we were leaving behind a time of telepathy when we didn't need to speak, right? And moving towards a time of making sounds with our mouth in order to communicate thoughts. And so these sounds would have been dynamic expressions of movement and sound. And I think this is like quite important when we're talking about like the connection between the crossing over of energy from one level to another and the womb. Like where we've got energy in the mental sphere and we want to bring that into the physical body so that we can project it outside of our body so that another person can receive that into their bodies and move that into their conceptual sphere. There's quite a lot of changing levels happening. It's coming from an internal conceptual out into the body, across a gulf of space into another physical body, and then to be inducted into a conceptual space where everything's already sort of merging on a telepathic, intuitive, unconscious level, but having to make that unconscious conscious, and then having to be conscious of the fact that we're making the unconscious conscious and expressing that so that the other person can be aware of the fact that they are receiving a conscious expression of something that's unconscious, so that they can take that conscious expression and make it unconscious in order to light up their own unconscious. It's quite a crazy thought if you think about it, the whole idea of language. So maybe our natural evolution was reflecting this, and so our language would have naturally reflected our evolutional trend, and that trend was towards materialism. So maybe materialism is sort of part and parcel of becoming aligned with logic and rational thought, which is what we bow down to now, is it not, in schools? Like, yeah, it's a massive difference between hearing and listening, isn't there? But there's probably quite a lot to what you were also saying, Cosmic, in terms of how that can be abused, right, by priesthoods when we look at it. Because the priesthoods then, why did they have to control writing? Why was writing not allowed for everybody, right? And because writing was like where you wrote down the facts, right? And everybody wasn't allowed to learn to read and write, especially not in Europe. I don't think that was the case necessarily everywhere. However, even in the Vedic lands, the Brahmin used to carry the knowledge of Sanskrit and the reading and the writing. So they did sort of keep it in the family, didn't they? And I think that that's possibly how the Aryan priesthood, kinghood, royalties came into being, and that they utilized this language to dominate people. And because they wanted to utilize the language to dominate people, they utilized it in such a way to maximize its masculine output so that it could be used as a bludgeon. Does that make sense? Like an active tool rather than a passive connection.
Yeah, because really, if you think about it, like, language is essentially kind of like just that, like you think of language just as words, but like a programming language. Is that, when you have a certain language, that becomes the source code of your existence. So if you're Hebrew, it's like the Hebrew language becomes the ones and zeros of your matrix, and you kind of program reality based on that code. But there are other types of computer code, out there. And it's interesting. The thing about language is that it's ironic that in a way that language kind of relates us to like the material and the rational. But I think in a lot of ways, it also was our kind of our humanity's first doorway into the transcendent, because you think about something like a symbol or a language, like to ancient people, that must have really seemed like they were conjuring something, outside of reality, and that words can refer to things, and that there's like a meaning behind them. I guess that felt very powerful. And I think, like with today, back in the time, I think that, people are elitist with their spirituality. They have this sense that they're better than everyone else. They're more enlightened than everybody else. They don't want to, share the common knowledge, with the people. And I imagine back in ancient times, that dynamic was no different than it is today. They just see like, these commoners, they don't, understand the power of language. And nowadays, it's kind of like, it's sort of the standard that like everybody's expected to, learn how to read and write. So I guess in a way that now that reading and writing, became more mainstream, I think that language almost like had to start becoming more deceptive and multiplicitous and confusing. Because you think about it, if you don't have language doesn't need to be manipulative, if only the priestly class are using it and the public isn't using it. So if, the public common folks start using language, then it probably makes sense that you start making language, more confusing. Because I think one of the things about the English language is that, and why it's so deceptive, is that we have so many different words to describe different things. Like we'll have like 50 different words to describe one phenomenon, and we can just kind of like carefully make a little like mosaic and kind of switch the words around to make it sound good using similar words, and you can kind of restructure it. Whereas I imagine ancient language didn't have that same level of like flexibility, because you look at a lot of these ancient languages, they were kind of more just sort of straightforward, like, talking about information, like what the tribe did, what the, the people believes. But the English language now, it's like there's so many like subjective, like different ways you can use words, and you can kind of like go all over the place. It's a lot more, multidimensional in that regard. So language has evolved, but I think with that evolution also has more potential for deception and trickery. So in a way, it's kind of like, at first they hide the language from the public, but then they had to switch their tactics once everybody learned how to, speak language and read and write. It's like, okay, well, now that everybody knows how to read and write, we got to make language confusing now.
Yeah, exactly. And when you say, it's like, it's interesting you say we've got a lot of different words for meanings. I think they've been obfuscated, right? It's like you might say you've got words for ice, water, steam, like of vapor, of water. Maybe other words that had such specific differentiations have been sort of watered down. So now we just have lots of different words for wet, right? Where maybe in ancient times, each of those different words for wet had a very specific thing. This one meant wet, but when you're cool. This one meant wet, but when it's hot. This one meant wet, but when your body's hot and the water's steaming off of you. This word meant wet when your body's so cold, but the water's running off of your body, like dribbling off of your body. This one meant wet, but sticky wet, like sweat that's sticking to your body and doesn't want to go off your body because there's salt on the water, specific kind of wet. So maybe we had like a whole lot of very specific gradation words, like in ancient Greek, you'll find these very specific different words. And where now we've just got words that all mean similar things. It's all become homogenized. So we've got like one meaning with a whole lot of words that can mean that one very vague thing. Do you think that English has become rather vague? And because it's become vague, you can use it creatively?
Well, I think it's also because if you think about how, I was an English major, so I have some understanding of how English is formed. Because first you got, Old English, which is Germanic, but then you kind of introduce, French, Latin, and a whole bunch of other. Because really, the English language is actually kind of a hodgepodge of a bunch of different languages kind of mushed together. It's like there's a bit of Old English, French, Germanic, Latin. There's like all these different things. Then it evolved through Elizabethan English, then to the sort of the modern, you know, English that we know today. And I think it might this that the English language also is kind of a, it's trying to absorb words from other languages. I don't know if you kind of like really sort of see that, like it kind of like takes words like, the common phrase for devil, like in English, is devil, but people will use Diablo just as frequently, because in a lot of ways people, it's almost like other words from other languages become part of the English language. Like it just kind of gobbles up all the other different languages in the world. I think because of that, like integration, to have one kind of universal language, there has been a kind of just a lot of unintentional obfuscation and confusion. Maybe this is what the Tower of Babel was about,
I should have
Yeah,
turned
absolutely.
off local recordings. I'm sorry, dudes. I didn't know it, man. The local recordings. I think that's why your voice was breaking up a bit. But please continue, Indy.
Yeah, I also feel like as Cosmic mentioned, that yes, this is really a deep aspect of the language confusion. But I'd also like to note that the language confusion is assumed to have been in like a sinister agenda. But if people have learned about the city of Ur that came between Sumer and Babylon, they might have some insight about the fact that language confusion may have been designed to protect Babylon from being pillaged and destroyed like Ur was. Now, for those of you who haven't heard of the city of Ur or Uruk, Abraham came from Ur, and after Sumer became such a hit and gathered people from across Eurasia to come visit and see all of the gifts of civilization and partake in the drinking of the beer that had been there, which they drank out of a straw, was not carbonated, and they had it in ceramic vessels. People were overjoyed about that and went around and told all of their clans and their tribes to come back and check out Mesopotamia together and visit there when the city of Ur was developed, and it was destroyed because too many invaders came in trying to partake in the festivities, and it got overrun and it was destroyed and burned down to the ground and trampled. So I believe that during the time of Babylon, they wanted to prevent this from happening, and so they created the walled city with gates so that people could not enter if they didn't speak the right language to be able to be there and part of that city. But of course, after this had developed, there were 72 fallen kings that went to rule over the 72 tribes that were exiled from Mesopotamia, that became the various ethnicities of humanity according to their story. But of course, a lot of the stories from Mesopotamia and from the Hebrew narrative suggest that they were the first ones and that everything came from them. But I feel like at least the Hebrews, were the usurpers who stole stories from other cultures, which were likely a lot older than they were. And so I feel like you have to take their stories about them being the first with a grain of salt. I personally have of the impression that the Comitian Empire, ancient Egypt, was actually older than the Mesopotamian Empire. And to me, it's evident by the fact that we have a lot of these alphabets, which are like chicken scratch, ridiculous little lines that don't look like anything. But to me, I feel like any society that had a pictographic language or hieroglyphic language was an older time. Tracing us back to the Minoan civilization and to the hieroglyphs, and also in the beginning of Mesopotamia, cuneiform was actually pictographic. And the reason why they turned it from pictographic language to the little arrows that they used to write their letters was because they started to write and press the little arrows onto the clay to make the symbols. And so when they went from a different form of writing on a different medium, they went towards the really dumbed down chicken scratch version, which happened basically across the globe. If you even look at the kanji of China and Japan, it was actually pictographic, very evident pictures of what the different kanji characters represent have now been simplified and squared out, so that they can be, done by people who aren't so artistic. And I think that was part of the process of the dumbing down of language as well, is that people were not able to draw as well, and it was hard to make these fancy little pictures every time they want to write like in length. So there's many aspects to that, but I also feel that English, even though it's got so much craziness going on where it's Germanic and it's got the letter K of the Germanic languages, but it's also influenced by French as a pidgin language between Anglic and French, which Anglic from the Angles was the Norse language, which was Germanic. So it does have aspects of Latin rooted language and of Germanic language. And so there's so many different ways to spell English words. There's like the way that they sound comes from so many different ways to spell things with different letter combinations from different traditions. So I feel like it's not very evident. They don't write English with little accents so that we would know how this particular word is going to be pronounced. You just have to kind of know that this one is more of a Latin word. This one is more of a Germanic word. And I think it's helpful for writing lyrics and poetry, like, because there's like so many words that say the same thing, but from different roots, sometimes from the roots of the Greek, sometimes from the roots of the Latin, sometimes from the Germanic roots. So also, it's helpful to write lyrics and poetry and stories. For one, I know that when I'm writing, and I'm also an avid writer, and I have a blog page, and I'm trying to write some books, trying to co-write a book. And I've always written for a long time in my life since I was young. I like to not use the same word a lot. And so when I'm saying the same thing, I like to be able to use it in a different word that represents the same thing. And it helps people it reiterates the information and it doesn't sound repetitive. So I feel like that's helpful in English, as confusing as the language is. It's like overcomplicated of a language.
It is more fun, though, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. It's really hard to learn like the English language. Like Italian is one of the most phonetic languages, at least in the West, as far as I know. I'm not sure of any other ones that would be more phonetic, but there's like basically one way to pronounce each letter in Italian. But there may be a couple exceptions. It's usually very evident about when it's written how to say it. It's a beautiful language. Unlike French, like a lot of letters don't get pronounced. It's like, why do they have a letter that doesn't get pronounced? Because letters are only phonetic now. But originally, the letters of the alphabet were not only phonetic, they were mathematical. They had musical aspect. There was a pictographic aspect that was also associated with allegory. And then there's also a phonetic aspect. That's actually still in the Hebrew language. And when you write Hebrew, there's actually a way that it should be sung. So the melody of a song is written into the words. And in Chinese, they still have the intonations of various tones for one word in different tones. It means different understandings. So that's still preserved in the Chinese language, the tonal aspect. But they don't have an alphabet. So that they based their language off of characters, which you have to learn thousands of and just memorize and know how they're supposed to be pronounced, because there's no symbol or demarcation that represents how the phonetic is going to be represented in their characters. So you just have to know it. Just a lot of memorization.
Recently, you can have Chinese characters that are total gibberish. Like people, like I was watching some video of like this Chinese language, basically pointing out like Chinese tattoos. And she, like half of the tattoos, she's saying like, yeah, these are all just total gibberish. I thought that was kind of amusing.
That's just because she doesn't know what they are.
No, I think it because if you think about the Chinese language, it's like, how do you understand all of those symbols? I imagine you're putting a lot of little symbols kind of on top of each other to make like kind of like you took. Because because I imagine with the Chinese language, maybe I'm wrong about this, because with like the English language, we kind of put all of our words kind of like in a row in a line, whereas I imagine in Chinese they kind of put them all on top of each other. Hence why those symbols can look so convoluted and complex at times. I could be totally wrong on that. I don't really know that much about the language to make it, but that's just my observation.
I should know better, but I don't. But okay, I just had to double check, because I was under the impression that Chinese, they write it horizontally. So this is interesting. Like, they've been doing that since the 50s in China. Chinese was written in vertical columns, top to bottom, right to left, before then. And they started to modern standardize Chinese from left to right. So this is why modern Chinese people don't know their own language.
And it's interesting that that you're talking about, Franklin, that came about at the same time as the Cultural Revolution. Now, the Cultural Revolution, we think about it like they wanted people to become communist, atheist, materialist. And again, this plays with the language thing, right? Because if language is vertical, that implies a plotward upward towards the divine and to connecting the divine down to earth. But if the writing is horizontal, it's basically kind of like removing that God, the divine, from language by making it just about the mundane, the material, the here and now, by left and right, and the left and right of the political, dialectical left and right. So once again, we see that the formation of language mirrors the ideology that it's trying to express.
I think all language comes from hieroglyphic. And, there was a really good point made earlier by Systematic Zoo. And let me put it on the screen so we can see it. Basically, water communicates in hydroglyphs when it's in a state of plasma. And the hydroglyph for information looks like cuneiform. I think that's quite an interesting perspective. Yeah. Because I think there's something to that. The patterns of cuneiform and the patterns of water. I just want to go and take my dog's bowl and put it on the other side of the room.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people connect a lot of things to the cymatics, and particularly, I think a lot of sacred geometry has been associated with cymatics. Also, stained glass windows and a lot of mandalas. I think a lot of people have connected cymatics to the Aztec and Mayan calendar, which there's definitely a strong resemblance there. And I really do feel like it's possible that sacred geometry may have been influenced by cymatics, possibly because people were able to see particles moving like sand or dust in relation to sound, and then able to actually like conjure out like the designs that come from certain frequencies. But I'm not certain of it, but I think it's a fascinating idea. And I also feel like people of higher consciousness, that particularly like the gods, that were able to, I believe, like use like high magic and extrasensory perception and higher consciousness to create their technologies, which were more integrated with Mother Earth, like the ability to use crystal resonance and the powers of nature through deep meditation and through out-of-body experiences, maybe going into the macrocosm, maybe into the microcosm, being able to see things at a smaller, inconspicuous level, and see things and how they're behaving in places outside of the visual world that we see in the physical realm that we're familiar with. Maybe able to see things in a deeper way, maybe even in other dimensions. And I think a lot of people don't really consider this. They usually just, I think nowadays, assume that they had high technology, like of science fiction, or like of like modern technology of industrial technology. I don't really necessarily feel is very well developed. I feel like it seems impressive to us that we can use our technology in modern day to be able to use for communication and transfer of information. But I feel like there's a major aspect of it where it's synthetic and it's toxic and it's not really integrated with the natural world. And it kind of like buying it, which there's like an economy and money, which is to me like an absurd system that never was well thought through. Particularly using gold to represent money, that was something I think that they've given up on, because as the population grows, there's only so much gold. It's not really going to really translate to being a sound financial and economic system of understanding that's going to make sense, because it's not like gold is growing and getting more abundant like we are. So that was kind of a silly thing that they chose to do. But there were other things that were currencies before gold, like salt, which could be something that would be more of a sound currency that there's more of an abundance of. But really, there's a lot going on there with the cymatics, and I feel like there's so much power in song and music and chanting, and I think in ancient times there was more of a deeper understanding of the power of singing a song like in a ceremonial way, and then the power of it that can call in greater power and understanding. And I feel like Franklin mentioned earlier the chanting of Om, which is sometimes associated with the sound of the sun, which it's been told to me that according to the Freemasons, the sound of the Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, is also a representation of the sound of the sun, also being referring to him as the Heavenly Father associated with the sun itself. Does draw in the connection where that could very much be the case. Welcome back, Franklin. We're talking about some cymatics, and it's interesting that the cuneiform was also brought in to associate with that.
Yeah, I think like this is what I've always reckoned, is that the language was born of the etheric plane, not of the astral. And the astral is the qualities, and the vowels contains the astral plane, but the astral plane is very abstract, so you can't peg it down. But the etheric plane is based upon number, numerations, based upon logic, based upon shapes, geometry. And geometry is something you can peg down like a number. And so, like when you're thinking about ones and noughts, you're thinking about etheric astral, definable, one, naught. Naught we think of as a number, but it's not a number. It means undefinable. So one, definable, undefinable, definable, undefinable. So when we think of ones and noughts, what we're actually telling the computer is that something's definable, undefinable, definable, undefinable, definable, undefinable. And we skip the undefinitions and we focus on the definitions. What can be defined? And we sort of backwards engineer from that. So it's very interesting. You know, I think that what Indy said is something to consider, because I've often considered that myself. Like, for example, and when we're talking about cymatics, we're talking about electromagnetism, aren't we? How the frequencies, the resonant frequencies, are actually going to attune to particular elemental frequencies, and how those elements will vibrate in resonance with particular frequencies. And that sound carries shape. And so sound is naturally of the etheric field. It's expressed of the etheric field. So I think, like, you know, when we're looking at language, we can't really separate that. And this sort of brings us back to that esoteric splendor that I was sort of hinting at in the, you know, in the actual name here, because like the whole conversations, like the occult crossings, that's crossing into the occult spheres of mind and coming back into matter, bringing forth information, taking information across the divide. And it has to do with diving into the womb, the proverbial womb, the womb of the matrix. And the esoteric splendor is how we're able to achieve this splendor, relating to the eighth Sephirot, by the way, like literally. and that greatness of making America great again. Yeah, splendor. Of making things great. And in order to make things great, you've got to grade them down to their common denominators and build them up, right? That's how you build something great. You got to take a mountain and break it into little rocks and place those rocks on top of each other until you've built a massive structure. And so they used to go and get big mountains, cut rocks out of it, and build pyramids. Those great big pyramids were built out of mountains that were broken down, grated into smaller pieces to build up a great structure. So there's something quite whimsical about the idea of building, if we think about it, like what it represents, breaking down in order to build up. Almost there's an ironic element to it. But cymatics is like really interesting because when we think about how words program our unconscious mind, we understand the idea in terms of a conceptual perspective that neurolinguistic programming is a thing, it's always happening. But have we considered the principle of the fundamental principle, the second principle of Hermes, that there's a correspondence between things, and that correspondence between things is a resonant frequency? And that resonant frequency of particular words carrying particular frequencies, because of the shapes and the letters and the vibrations that are emitted by that word, will automatically resonate with an aspect of our consciousness field. And so this is like the fundamentals of magic, and why certain words and certain phrases and certain tones are considered to be bij or power mantra or power words of power, and how these words of power are more instrumental in shaping consciousness. What shapes consciousness shapes the world, because the world is a reflection of consciousness. Can't really differentiate consciousness from matter. So if you can shift consciousness, you can shift matter. So words are an emanation of consciousness, and the emanation of consciousness is that shapes consciousness into particular shapes so that matter can follow that particular shape. This is the idea of word, right? The word came in order to create the world. Possibly the particular reality that we're in now was created by our own minds using words. What do you guys think about that as a concept?
What were you saying is created in our own minds from creating from words?
The experience of reality that we're experiencing now, the physical reality, could have been created by the words that we chose.
Absolutely. I think that's a huge thing going on with that. And I feel like also they've noticed that the words influence the way that we experience the world, particularly the idea, like in Latin languages, that everything is male or female, that there's gender to every word, kind of has a dramatic influence on how people see things, associating them as a boy or a girl, even if they're not even a living being. So that's been found to be very influential on how people perceive the world. But also in Burkina Faso, they don't have a word for the color green. But if you show them different shades of green, they're better at distinguishing various shades of green than people who do. So it's not always a huge influence on how we see things, and it doesn't always limit us, but I think a lot of times it does. And so I feel like the words that we have connotations and associations with them that aren't really apparent to people. They don't really notice the fact that certain things we see in a certain way because we've been told that that's like that word means bad things only. Like one word, for example, that's talked about in the What on Earth is Happening show on whatonearthishappening.com with Dan Passio is the word chaos. And when people talk about chaos, they usually associate that with dark things like evil. But he mentions in his teachings that chaos is just, and this is understood in ancient philosophical Taoism, that the concept of Li, organic order, is considered to be an order that is completely incomprehensible to humankind. It's way beyond our comprehension, but it's a divine order that transcends our ability to contain it, to define it, because it is very expansive. And when we try to contain it into a definition, there'll be something that's always going to be an exception that leads us away from that definition. So, but
Yeah,
in Dan Passio, he says that it's very much representative of higher divine order that's beyond our rational understanding.
I might differ from that opinion, because I think when you think about, to truly understand chaos, you have to look at it like in its own sake. I think a lot of people, they try to, look at chaos in a kind of yin yang sort of way, where it's like, chaos is there, but order is there to kind of keep it in check. And to truly understand the nature of chaos, it's like that's not really what chaos is. Chaos is not some subservient servant to order that, is conveniently chaotic in a way that helps order out. No, chaos is chaotic. It's against order, tries to disrupt and defy and usurp. But I think it's not always bad, because sometimes chaos can be liberating. Sometimes, order can be oppressive. It can be authoritarian, So in a lot of ways, when I look at understanding chaos, it's like you can't, and I think if you look at, because if you think about it the other way, if you think of order as just being a lesser form of chaos, you could frame it in that way too. But I think in a lot of ways they are distinct for a reason. And it's kind of hard to say, like, the relationship between order and chaos, because I think it's definitely, because I think in spirituality, there's a concept of chaos where it's like, it's there for some kind of like specific purpose. Whereas I think really what chaos actually is, it's potential for new purposes. Because you think about it, chaos doesn't really have an intrinsic purpose in of itself, but like with that conversation you're talking about vowels earlier, it allows for a potentiality of new order. So the way I think about it, like, let's say I'm going to make a pattern using cut up, triangles and circles. I'm going to make a mosaic out of triangles and circles. Now, somebody might take those triangles and circles and, cut them up into confetti, right? And so now they're all messed up. But then when you look at that confetti and you see that, you start to understand new forms of order within that. You start to notice more forms of complexity. So if anything, chaos reveals the complexity implicit within order by sort of like exacerbating it outward, right? And I don't know. Those are just my thoughts on chaos. I'm really kind I think when it comes to my position on the universe in general, I tend to be kind of more of a Lovecraftian at this point in my life. I think that existence is fundamentally alien. I do not think that human beings are the center and the most important beings. I don't think that the Earth is essentially the central focus of all of existence. But, I think in that sense, you look at chaos in a different way. And that it's, to me, when you look at things from this perspective of mystery and the unknown, it feels presumptuous to assume existence is, solely confined towards order or chaos. I feel like we have enough information to essentially make a strong case for both cases, of whether that chaos and order rule existence, where I think it just makes more sense to view them as just kind of like a masculine and feminine sort of erotic sexual dynamic that basically is the creation of life. Now, but is that chaos like its own thing, or is it more of a feminine in the sense of like taking a rib from Adam to make Eve, Because you think about like that Adam and Eve story, it's basically saying that women are ultimately derived from men, that men are the first thing and women are the second thing. Whereas I see masculine and feminine as sort of always existing simultaneously. And to me, the idea that one precedes the other in terms of ultimate existence, ultimate reality, just, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, because, when you think of the universe in this non-linear way and not starting from a singular sort of omega point, I feel like it gives you a more realistic perception in regards to understanding the nature of the chaotic in the universe. Because I feel like religion kind of like sees, it's like, think of it like this. It's like chaos is like a wild animal, but religion is like the kind of the person who, it's exactly that. Oh my God, I was trying to think of a metaphor, but the metaphor actually exists in real life. I'm thinking about like Southern Baptist snake handlers, right? See, they see the serpent, which basically represents chaos, right? And they feel that, like, you know, their order and their God, that chaos is subservient to order. When I don't know if that's really the case. I think that really both chaos and order need each other. And if there is some kind of force that propels existence, I think it's most likely some other third option that we're not thinking about.
You know, I love that you brought this up, Cosmic. It's a cosmic thought, dude. Let's get into the cosmic. Let's deep dive deep into the cosmic. So we're going to look at the etymology, because etymology is so telling. Oh, excuse the pun. So we're looking at, I like to go for the throat, as the saying goes. Let's go straight to the pie, go back. Generally, when you get to the pie, you go past the Greek. Okay, we go past the ancient Greek. I don't have a problem with the Greek or the ancient Greek. So chaos originates from the ancient Greek word chaos, which means void or empty space. I think we really got to embrace that. Whatever we think chaos means in modern terms is a bastardization of a term. To the word chaos has a vibrational quality, and that vibrational quality, through its connection to thought and to objects, it's connected to that vastness of empty space. We were talking about death earlier, or as they call it, duath, right? Duath, that I think this duath represents chaos. And that's why it doesn't have a sephirot, because the entire tree is the substance of that. And then we go into the Proto-Indo-European, the pi group, and they call about gre, meaning also yawn, gape, or to be wide open, implying a gaping chasm, right? So we can see then Latin pick up the word chaos, which it took from Greek, which is a formless void. And this shifted into modern English to mean void. And then from void, it got implied to mean disorder, because a void isn't ordered. And the confusion by the 17th century, because people couldn't consider that void didn't have order in it, that space that was undefined was too much for their brains. The language boundary made it for them to associate the concept of confusion with void. But okay, now we step back from the etymology just for a moment, because like as they say, like we've been there, done that, right? We moved on. I think it's like really important to grasp this, right? To get a full grasp of what we're talking about. So when we're looking at the enneagram, right? At the center, we've got the plow toe. We've got the toe, we've got the plu. The plurality, the plow, the plurality that toes the whole circle round. We got the order. So this enneagram represents the ordering of the void, the ordering of the cosmic space. Let's take the word void out, because it's got too many implications, and speak of cosmic space that is not ordered. And that represents the divine feminine. So when we think of the divine feminine, we think of the divine egg, we think of the source of all creation, which isn't defined. And it envelops, it embraces, and it permeates through all things. And the definition of this profound feminine yolk, egg, space is defined by the limits of masculine implications, the numerations. And the numerations build outwards into this cosmic negative space, which is the divine feminine. So when we speak of the word chaos, in true terms, we're talking about the divine feminine. Doesn't that make so much more sense to you, Cosmic?
Yeah, it seems to line up.
So we're talking about chaos. So when I think of chaos, I don't think of anything that's necessarily balancing, although I think there is a truth to the fact that there is a balance between the masculine and the feminine. There has to be a balance. So when we're looking at the balance between the masculine and the feminine, I would say that it is the masculine that implies itself upon the feminine. Or to use a better word, it penetrates, right? That's a word that men love. Men love that word, penetrates. Ooh, it makes men excited. You know, I say the word penetrate, I would be lying in my bed tonight thinking about penetration. It's such a wonderful thing as a man. And so the concept of penetrating into the divine feminine sphere of chaos implies programming order into that. So you have this divine womb with infinite potential, which is the feminine. And that infinite potential of the divine feminine gets programmed by the masculine with a wand, because we use wands to program things, right? That's why men have like endy bits that we can point in directions. That's why we have a compass, right? Our compass always leads to true north. Like, why are you walking after her? I don't know. My compass is leading me that way, you know? So it's our compass is like it follows our true north. And the true north is the heart of the divine feminine. So why is it that men are always trying to get into a woman's pants? Why is it? Is it just because of advertising? No, advertising is catching a piggyback ride on something that is a natural impulse within the consciousness field. And there is this natural desire for a man to enter into the feminine. Why? Because that chaos is the source of all creation. And what we have structured out here, what we have built. So I would use the word nature and life to represent chaos. I think nature and life comes from chaos. Maybe not to represent chaos, but that the nature and the life comes forth from chaos. And it is structured by the opposite of chaos, which is order. So masculinity represents order, feminine represents chaos. We think chaos is bad because we've been trained to think that masculine is the only way that there is. It's in our brains. So anything that's related to the feminine is demonized, so it must be bad. Chaos must be bad. It's confusion. Why? Well, you can't plot it on a graph. You can't write it down in words. You can't give it a clear definition because it's so profoundly all-encompassing. So it must be confusing because you can't logically put it into perspective. However, a poet has no problem expressing the idea of chaos because they are not expressing it in these logical terms that are narrow little buckets of sephirotic containment. That's what the numerations are. They're little spheres of sephirotic containment that define the chaos of the divine womb, the divine feminine, with masculine implications in order to create within the divine womb little wombs. So think of each sephirot, each numeration on the enneagram, as a separate little womb within the great womb, and all these little wombs within wombs create their own little defined pocket of chaos. And when we define all those pockets of chaos with the definition implied upon the wombs interacting with each other, we end up with order. And that order is the divine masculine expression of being. And so I totally agree with you, Cosmic. I think like the word chaos, we need to reclaim that word. It's a divine word. Anarchism is another one of those words we need to reclaim, right? Anarchism isn't like people burning down the house. People burning down houses and, via senseless violence. This is what the state has taught us to believe. Anarchism is really just allowing chaos to rule, right? And we're so scared of chaos. This is coming right back to the first word on this discussion, Cosmic. I love that you went there. Because why are we afraid of dying? Because we're afraid of facing chaos. We're afraid of going back to our root, back to our source from whence we've come. We're afraid of letting go of all of the order that we've embraced because it's not real. It's Maya. It's an illusion. We've created this powerful illusion of order, but it's just an illusion. It's just Maya. It's just a dream. And when we phase out of this world, we must let go of this ordered reality and embrace the chaos of being and go back into the divine feminine womb, which is the source of life. So when you look at chaos from this perspective, it's something quite profoundly divine. I don't know. What do you guys think to build out of this? Or?
I'm thinking a different approach. Instead of seeing nature as the divine feminine, I'm thinking maybe nature is the offspring of order and chaos. Because think about what nature is. It's like it's the aspects of chaos and order seamlessly blended together. It's like order is red and chaos is blue. And when you mix them together, nature makes purple, right? And so it's almost like it has its own quality that seems almost distinct from order and chaos in that way. And I think it's difficult because when you say one, you imply the other. Just by saying that the universe is ordered, you imply chaos. And by saying everything is chaos, you're implying there must be order. So maybe the way to transcend this is to get beyond this dichotomy, of there being kind of like this back and forth between order and chaos. Because if you really think about life and you think about, all organisms in terms of evolution, that every organism seems to require some aspects of order and chaos in order for that organism to essentially survive. So for example, with order, you need an animal to have a certain, skeletal structure. You need to have a certain consistency with how the organs operate, how the blood is circulated through the body. But you also need chaotic elements because you're in a chaotic universe with a lot of dynamic elements, and something unpredictable might come your way, and you might have to learn to adapt to that new situation in order to survive. So there's also a necessity within chaos in order to survive, to be creative, to think, outside of the box, and just kind of go from a different perspective. So really, in a lot of ways, it's kind of like, if you think of is nature, more oriented towards order, or is it more oriented towards chaos? And I think if you really answer this question honestly, it doesn't seem to neatly map out onto either one. Like, it seems like the idea of nature only existing as order or only existing as chaos is like utterly inconceivable and impossible to imagine. It's like these are the two required ingredients in order for the thing to work.
Yeah, I think other words that were associated with fear and giving people an aversion from their associations are night or darkness and nature and wilderness, also wild animals. I think so. Through the Babylonian mystery schools, we're taught to think lowly of chaos, darkness, night, wilderness, and animals, and consider them to be weak and confused and overly impulsive and not able to have a spirit or a soul or be divine. And so I think we've been misled, strongly misled. I know that Carl Jung is with me on this, in his sense of understanding that animals are more divine than human beings, in their sense that they don't need these complicated contrivances of needing to have written language and technology passed down to them to be able to be in full thrival as they are. We can learn so much from them, and shamans know that animals are guides to us. So I see General Shinobi has joined us here, and I'll love to have Franklin give him an introduction, potentially, and bring him in on the show.
Welcome, dear brother Shinobi. I like to call him Toby-Wan Kenobi, or Shinobi-Wan Kenobi. He's bringing his Jedi word cracking eggs with him, Jedi word cracking tools. Welcome, dear brother. He's a Jedi word cracker. That's why we call him Toby-Wan Kenobi, Shinobi-Wan Kenobi, whichever one fits. I think both shoes fit. It's different shoes, one shoe on each foot. They don't have to be the same shoes. It makes life more interesting, doesn't it? This idea of wearing like monographic shoes is a bit weird now that you think about it. As long as the sole fits, wear it. But yeah, so he's a decoder and he does a lot of breaking down of information. Check out his channel. It's down there. It's recommended. Indy's channel is recommended too. Indy, you haven't been putting much content on your channel, brother. You got to rock that world.
On the
And
YouTube.
Cosmic hasn't got a channel yet. Yeah. Your YouTube channel.
Cosmic
but
doesn't
both-
have a channel because he's too busy channeling. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you should channel onto that channel, dude.
No.
So welcome, dear brother Shinobi. Say a few words. And welcome.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Hope everyone's doing well. What a great chat this is. I've really been enjoying the etymological, say weaves you guys are doing. Yeah, this is like stuff that I've been really tapping into recently, is like spirit and matter, and like the bridge. I view it as you have the formless, which is where everything's from, and then you have the morph, which is the magic, the sort of the bridge of how we bring the formless into the form. So I've used the same four letters, so from, and then morph with a F, and then form. And I think understanding how we can bridge worlds, like talking about the liminal spaces, I think is really, really important, because that's how we're able to bring chaos into ordering chaos, because the chaos is the infinite potential of the possibility. And if you don't know how to swim, if you don't know how to morph, you can drown. And then, like, learning how to swim, to navigate the waters, you can find land, which is the structure, which is the solid ground. So my process over the last few years, at first I was drowning a little bit. There was just so much stuff coming through, like all this chaos of infinite potential, of possibility of all things, and it's quite a lot. But I've come up with some systems to kind of order this chaos, and it's not really about confining it. It's more about using vortex methodology, I guess, the power of the 3, 6, and 9, not in the way that Tesla describes it, but more of the 3 being masculine, the 6 being feminine, and the 9 eye on top of the pyramid being the central point, or the anchor point. What I mean by this is like a bridge, or like an anchor, or something to ground us between the two polarities of the form and the formless, because we don't want to be too stuck in the order. We don't want to be too stuck in the matter, in the form, in the solidity, but we need to be grounded. But also we need to tune in and tap into and expand into the infinite waters, which are as within and so without. They're both inside of us, and they are outside of us, the waters. So yeah, loving what you guys have been talking about so far. Yeah, I did have something written down. I'll try and find that later. But yeah, glad to be here. What a sort of energy we're in at the moment as well, with these however many planets, 6, 7, 8, all aligning. Very fresh energy. It's like there was a new moon yesterday as well. Today's galactic signature is a white cosmic dog guided by timelessness, which is interesting, in the galactic calendar. So yeah.
Getting back to what we were talking to ago, and I agree with you, Cosmic. You know, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, that there is a divine balance within nature. But what I was referring to was more on a psychological level, in terms of nature and the world we live in, if that makes sense, Cosmic. We've defined our worlds with pavements and roads and buildings and doors and gates and fences and names of places. This place is that town, it's that city, everything's organized. We know everything about the space, and then you go into the wild. And it's chaotic compared to the world that we live in. So we live in a world that's completely ordered. And we have sort of removed as much of the chaos from our world as we can. So when we go into nature, the first thing we become aware of is the chaos, even though, like you say, Cosmic, on a fundamental spiritual level, nature is a harmonic expression of the law coming through chaos. So chaos is defined by divine law and fundamental principles. But I think in our world, we are so used to being so extremely pushed into a box of order where every part of our life is ordered, right? We need permission for everything, right? Do you want to leave your country? You need permission. Do you want to leave your job during the day, your work? You need permission, right? You want to live in a new place? You need permission. Like, okay, you got to get a contract to live in that place. And you want to... everything that you do relates to like having to bow to some kind of bigger order. And in nature, that bigger order isn't a particular order that you bow to. In fact, in nature, it's like you bow to chaos. You just have to accept that everything is just, you can't tidy nature, right? I used to laugh. I lived in this jungle in Sri Lanka, and down the way there were five monks that lived deep in the jungle. They were like what you can call the bona fide real McCoy. These are real ascetics. And like in the whole of Sri Lanka, there must be about 15 or 20 monks living in different jungles. That's it. Those are the bona fide ones. The rest are all in, other places, monasteries and such. And I remember meeting some of these monks, and we wouldn't say much words because they didn't speak English or anything, but they would always be trying to tidy nature. And I would laugh, and they would smile and giggle, and they didn't know why I was laughing. And I would just, laugh and like beautiful energy like children, but I was thinking like, how are you tidying nature? And they'd be like with their little broom sweeping and making nature really like ordered. And I almost thought to myself, well, I actually like the disorganizing element of nature. I like walking and you can't really see where you're walking. You have to have a bit of faith that you're not going to step on something, there's leaves. You got to use your senses. You got to use your ESP, you got to use your intuition, you got to use your hearing and your sight in a refined way. You got to pay attention to where you're walking, and you got to walk in such a way that if there's a spike under your foot, that you feel the spike before you put all your weight on it. You go, whoa, what's that spike? So that's what I was sort of getting at when I was talking about nature being an expression of chaos. But there's definitely order within nature, but I think that order is bound by chaos's bosom. And I think like this is where we misunderstand chaos. I think, Cosmic, that chaos is a kind of order. But it's not order the way we know order. Order is the wrong word. I think chaos, we think that chaos is not organized. Right? But I think chaos is organized. It's just organized in a very different way. And we think of organization in terms of order. And order means it's like a pyramid, right? It comes from the top down, and it organizes everything beneath that point, and it's all like homogenizing that point's reflection. Where in nature, it's more like cosmic cycles that work without that pyramidal effect of coordinated order. And I think like this is something that a lot of humans have lost the ability to appreciate, which is why I don't think I could just take anyone into the jungle. I first thing I noticed when I lived in the jungle was that the absence of what we expect to see in terms of order has a shattering effect on the psyche. It causes you to self-reflect in such a fashion that you break down. And if you're not ready to have a breakdown, then you're not ready to go into nature, because you have to have a breakdown. Because everything that you think you know about how the world is and how the world should be and how the world functions falls away when you go into the wild. And you need to just drop all of that order off of you like one shot and embrace the chaotic potential of nature, that anything can happen at any point. It's not organized in the way that we know organizing to work. There's no button that you're going to press to make the car stop, right? So you can cross the road safely. You just got to pay attention when you're walking across an area and hope that nothing else, like an elephant, doesn't come out of the bush and step on you. You know, there's no definition. There's no guarantees.
Yeah, I have to push back a little bit, but I'll kind of like tie it together and sort of agree with you in the end. In regards to chaos, you talk about like, maybe, there's some higher like implicit order within it that we don't sort of understand. It's kind of like under the nose. And I don't really agree with that, because I don't think that's the function of what chaos is, because I think that we have, patterns and organizing structures. But the problem with only having order is like, let's say you're, somebody who's in a strict religion, right? And you want to come up with a new way of understanding and a new set of beliefs, but you can't create that because there's no space. Everything is taken up by order. Everything is taken up by the predominant religion. Everything is sort of like all the space for new meaning, for new potentiality has been taken over and occupied by order. What chaos does is it's not so much that it has patterns within itself that are somehow higher than that, but it allows for order to form new and more complex patterns. So in a lot of ways, when order goes into chaos, order has more tools and colors and shapes to express itself, and it can be more complex and novel, in its application. So I don't see that chaos having a sort of implicit hidden order, but I see it as something that is like, it is sort of the sexual counterpart to order that is sort of like necessary, right? Because like the thing about, like you said before, like you were talking about, building a pyramid, right? Taking a mountain and sort of taking apart and building a pyramid. And you think about it, like you need chaos to build a pyramid, because how are you going to break down the rocks into smaller bits to make the pyramidal structure? So what you're doing is you are taking that chaotic mountain structure that's been sort of formed by nature, you're then breaking it down and then making it into a form of order. But, let's say that like, maybe this pyramid breaks down for some reason, whether rain, erosion, some kind of earthquake, and like it forms a new structure and it's like all broken down. But it's like but the point is, when order breaks down, it creates the potentiality for new forms of order to manifest. So if anything, chaos is the gateway for higher forms of order to manifest beyond the threshold of what we understand as order.
I would say it's the opposite. I would say that order is a gateway, because it's in the word, like an or and then a door. And
I guess it could probably go in both directions.
It's a channel for chaos. If you view chaos as like waters, it needs to be channeled. Otherwise, it's just everywhere. So the order, the or door, the movement of the placing of the channel is a kind of way that, because chaos shouldn't be contained by order. It should be channeled. It should be guided like a door. It shouldn't be confined. I think that's where we've gone wrong as a society, as we try to either demonize chaos or basically we don't really have channels for chaos. Chaos is raw creation. This whole chaos that's in the world unfolding is created so that there can be a new order brought in, so that people want an order because there's too much stuff going on. And it's interesting with breakdown, because breakdown can be related to both chaos and order, because to understand something you need to break it down. So you need to like get the different pieces and line them up in order, but at the same time the breakdown could be dissolving, because the chaos kind of dissolves the order. So it's interesting with the chaos and order, because it's like the yin and the yang, both are needed, and you need to understand how to use both. You know, that's where the bridge comes in, to bridge the physical with the non-physical, the chaos with the order, knowing when to channel chaos and when to, I guess, what would the other way around be if you're using order to channel chaos? You know, I think you put it quite well, Cosmic. Yeah.
You know, here's something that I would say which is quite interesting, right? The fact that we can talk about chaos, what does that mean? It means it's a thing, right? It doesn't mean that it's if there was absolutely no principle within chaos, then you wouldn't be able to talk about it, because it wouldn't be defined. The fact that we can define chaos means there must be some organizing principle within chaos. It might not be the organizing principle of form that our mind is used to, but I think of like order as being law, right? Law. And law as in like rule, like rules and laws. I think like what we consider as order has got a whole lot of different rules, a whole lot of different principles. But I think chaos has got just one principle, but it still has a principle. It's not without principle, if that makes sense. Because if it was without principle, we wouldn't be able to predict it. I think chaos is quite predictable. If something's predictable, there must be a pattern. Or am I wrong? What do you think about that, Cosmic?
Fair point.
I feel like chaos is the order of the cosmos.
But I also kind of thinking back to this mechanism, thing I'm talking about, like order and chaos are used to describe, systems. So if a system is functioning well, it's order, and if a system is functioning poorly, it's chaotic. It's because there's noise, unnecessary. So you also have to think about chaos as being that which is detrimental to the current paradigm and the current powers that be, because what may be ordered to nature may be chaotic to a particular religion, paradigm, culture, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think in a lot of ways, when it comes to nature, we have to think about, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot lately, outside of this roundtable, is that how religions and belief systems change our understanding of nature. Because like the way Christians understand the natural world is different than how atheists understand the natural world. It's different than how Hindus understand, the natural world. And they'll have, and what I've realized is that when you take certain rituals and you normalize them, that then reinforces that natural behavior pattern. So so for example, with Christianity and like sexuality, for example, when you're told that, sex is bad and immoral and, all of your urges are lustful and terrible, you then start to think that maybe these physical urges that are natural are actually unnatural because my religion said they're unnatural. And because you think it's unnatural, that then warps and distorts your entire perception as to what nature is. And like even thinking about like from the atheist perspective, that they see nature as this truly mechanical, utilitarian thing, because they understand things from that purely rational, emotionless, point of view, that they then assume, oh, nature must also be rational, emotionless, and utilitarian like I am. But you start to what's interesting about nature is where you see its irrational aspects. And that I'm not even sure if the order chaos dynamic, when we're talking about this conversation, I don't even know what meaning it really serves to make these two terms distinct, other than for the utility of like both. But you know what I mean? Because like I'm starting to think about it, and it's like the concepts start to blur together so much, I'm having a hard time distinguishing them anymore. You know what I mean? It's like you take the order and the chaos and you're putting them to go so seamlessly, you're almost forgetting that they were even split in the first place when we just go along in this conversation.
Well, I really feel like what's going on here is that we've been taught to see chaos as the opposite of order, which is not really an appropriate way to understand the fact that what's really being laid out here is that what they're suggesting is that the order of man, human civilization, and synthetic, mechanized industrial civilization is true order, whereas the order of the natural world is absolute disorder and bad. So, I mean, to think about that kind of goes in line with the idea that humans are not from Earth. We're here for a short time before we can ascend back to where we're from. It kind of has a lot to do with escapism. So I think since we've been pushed into the idea that we're not supposed to be in Earth, we're supposed to hide in a cage, we're not supposed to be outside into the dangerous wilderness. I think all of this is trying to push us away from being able to embrace the fact that we're part of nature. We are an animal. It's radical to think and say we are an animal, right? But how could we suggest that we're not an animal? I mean, we have DNA, we have a body. Do we really feel like that humans exclusively are the only ones that have a soul? I mean, a lot of people are of this impression. And I've wondered about these things, and it was shown to me in an out-of-body experience to the center of the sun that we are in a different place than most animals that are accompanying us here in the world. Animals have instincts that they can just tap in on. And I believe that has a lot to do with the fact that they likely have an open inner eye in the waking state where they can see through time. They can see, like, what should I be doing right now? They don't need to ask another animal or have it written down. What do I do at this situation? Can we put up a sign? Why not? Because they're able to have a different guidance system that I feel is much deeper than the one that's available to us. But I feel like that's a short time through which humankind is going to go through this process of developing instincts that we need to do. Basically, we're coming up with new coping mechanisms. I mean, we don't have a coat of fur, but we're a mammal, but we don't live in the sea. Most mammals who don't have a coat of fur are aquatic mammals. And it's thought that the other terrestrial mammals that don't have a coat of fur like us were at least semi-aquatic for some time, like pachyderms. Some people also associate pigs with us because they have a very diminished coat of fur, and they're semi-aquatic as well. So I feel like what's really going on here is most likely the chance is that our ancestry was likely amphibious marine hominids. They lived in or near the ocean, and they likely slept on the beaches at night if they were swimming out in the ocean and not just wading around in the shallow waters. But it's known that the only primates that stand without their knuckles on the ground and hunch down in like a squatted position are the ones that are in the water where they're standing up and they kind of wave their arms around like this when they walk. And you'll see that with all the primates. The only other primates that have a big nose like us are like the proboscis monkeys. And they say that their nose is like that because they were semi-aquatic. Now, if you have like a nose on your face with just nostrils that doesn't have like a bulbous nose on it, and you go into the water's going to go into your nostrils. There's nothing there that stops it. So I think like the people have come to the understanding of the aquatic ape theory or the naked ape theory, or the idea that we've had some ancestry that was aquatic or marine hominids, is really onto something. And I feel like that's something they don't want us to know about, or possibly reverts back to an ancestral trauma that's been forgotten, probably for a good reason. I don't know why, if we did live in or near the sea, why we've come away from that. But there's a good chance that there was a time where things went terribly wrong. I mean, if you live in the sea and then it becomes an ice age, that could be an example of something that was a terrible situation where we needed to retreat from that habitat back to terrestrial environment. But I feel like you can have a lot of power and control over people that are weakened and put in a weakened state in confusion. And it's easy to exploit them. So to me, I feel like that's what's been done. You know, either we were tricked and confused to like come into a habitat that we don't really thrive in and then taken advantage of, or we were just made as like a hybrid slave species that is made from people who are from the sea with people who are from the land. And then we became kind of hodgepodge mix of the two. And I feel like when we see people that are overweight or obese, people think, oh, they just eat too much. But I really think it has more to do with the fact that that's an ancestral race of people that needed adipose tissue, which is also known as blubber, to be able to thrive in cold waters and not have a hard time keeping their homeostasis, be able to maintain a healthy body temperature. Because the only other terrestrial animals, the only other mammals that have blubber are aquatic mammals that lived on the land before going back to sea. So it seems like we have a lot to do with them as far as the traits of an aquatic mammal. It turns out that we have them all. And it's kind of absurd. Like, why else would babies that are born prematurely have vernix, which is a fatty substance, a cheesy substance on their skin that allows them to float when they're born too premature, so they don't have enough body fat at the time? They can have the vernix that will allow them to float, and they know how to breathe and turn their belly up, and they can swim. Babies, when they're first born, they can swim. They can't walk or climb. All terrestrial mammals immediately, when they're born, can jump on their feet, climb or walk immediately. Humans, it takes months to be able to even like lift their head. So to me, it's very plainly obvious that we've been duped, and we want to associate anything having to do with nature as bad, because we could be like allowing our babies to develop for the first couple months in water and then coax them out of the water to help them learn how to walk and speak after they've developed an ability to swim. Instead of like we have it now, where once we learn to walk and speak, it's kind of taking away our instincts that we might have in our brain tissue that are already like allowing us to do things naturally in the natural environment that we belong in, which might be the water. Now, once we learn to speak and walk instead, then trying to go back to the water leads people to total fear and paranoia and confusion, because we never tapped into those instincts when we were infants. So it's foreign to us. So some people never develop the ability to swim. They're too scared. And so it's a very interesting process that we go through. And I would wonder what it would be like if we allowed children, infants, to develop in the water during the times when they're so helpless on the land. There are a lot to take care of, have to swaddle them up and carry them everywhere you go. But it'd be interesting to see if cultures that live in the sea or in the water, like I know there's a lot of cultures like in Indonesia that do this. If the children are actually able to, if they let them go in the water when they're in a helpless state, and how they develop and how that changes their development. I also feel like humans should be walking on their tiptoes. For us to walk on our heels seems a bit odd to me, because you could really damage your feet, which is why we have to use all this footwear all the time. But I feel like if we were to walk on our tiptoes, I feel like if we were to do that and pretend like we did that, I think it would take like maybe 1 or 2 generations for it to just be naturally instinctual for our children to just do that. And I think we would be way better at running. We could probably go way faster. We'd probably be able to hop like really far, like develop like kangaroo like habits and capabilities. And we would have a much smaller part of our foot that would touch the ground, so we wouldn't hurt our feet as much. Parts of our feet that touch the ground would be stronger. There's so many possibilities that run through my mind. All this stuff is foreign to human mind because it's something I discovered, and it's something only a few people have come across. But when I figured it out, I was so glad to find that other people have already discovered this in the 60s.
That is interesting implications, though, if you take that to further aspects of the animal kingdom. and not just think about human, because you talk about like, training yourself to evolve certain generations, to evolve certain traits, abilities, characteristics. And you ever think that maybe like when monkeys and apes, that maybe they're consciously thinking about this stuff too, like, hey, let's evolve this adaptation because like, hey, I really want to get that particular fruit up there. Let's, mate with monkeys that are taller so that we can get taller and raise through. Like, I think this idea that, because I believe in evolution, but I believe in a form of intelligent evolution where it seems like organisms and different species are planning and coming up with strategies onto how to be a more efficient organism. Because that's why I never really understood, because the problem with modern science and Darwinian evolution is that they refuse to accept a conclusion that nature is goal oriented, because they didn't like the goal oriented thing because that implies the existence of God, which they're totally against. But I think if you look at nature, it's like it's so obviously goal oriented, just in terms of how certain organisms have certain desires for mates and eating and certain territory and evolving certain traits and stuff. And I think what we have to really see, that I think there's an implicit intelligence behind the flow of evolution within nature itself. And I think the problem with evolution goes yet again is that we think of evolution from a mechanical narrative. It's all this kind of utilitarian, survival of the fittest, and it's random selection. And you think about the idea of like, I'm thinking about the idea of random selection and like random chance, or like natural selection, that's the term. Well, if you think about it, like it's not natural selection in the sense of it's just like, it randomly happens to be that, the weak apes die out and the strong ones live on. I think that there is an intentionality, within nature. Like you think about like a female that desires a certain type of male in a society, right? Like let's bring this back to human beings. Like let's think about a woman that's, really attracted to, football players and really like strong masculine guys. Or you think about a woman who is very thoughtful and she wants a man who's intellectual and smart and thoughtful and, empathic. And then what you realize here is that with these two women and their sort of choices for, mates, are two different paths for humans' evolution. It's like when you're saying, I want to mate with someone that's strong, you're making a conscious choice to steer evolution in a particular direction. I think that goes the same with, obviously with men too, that, you think about like, even with like religious people, like they pick, someone who has the same religious faith as them because they want to control how the offspring and how nature evolves. They want to control that. They want humanity to go in a certain direction. They want to, Christians want other people to be Christians. So there's a kind of, so then it's naturally Christians are attracted to people who have Christian values, right? So in a lot of ways, I feel that, evolution is kind of guided not by blind forces, but more by sort of like the desire of the divine feminine, if you will. It's desire for what it wants and what it needs and how it evolves gradually or not gradually throughout time. Yes.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And I think there's something we mentioned earlier, that the sacred, the feminine is more mysterious, whereas the man is more kind of plain and obvious and overt. And so like our principles that we live by are that way as well. The man is more direct and rational and simplifies things, whereas the women are more indirect and intuitive and emotional and more complicated and harder to understand, or not even understandable at all, because they're kind of more embracing what we can consider chaotic principles of the universe, which there are universal laws that are not needing to be imposed by violence or some kind of threat or intimidation or fines. It's just unbreakable. The laws of the universe, you can't even break them. So if you were to, then there's not even a possibility. So you wouldn't have to impose it. But there's the laws of man, which are phony laws that are made up. They're not the same anywhere. They're all different laws. You go to different places, they live differently. In England, you can't have a gun. In America, they have too many guns. They got all the guns. And now there's all these different laws they're coming up with. You can only have so many guns. You can only have this gun. But in different states, you know, you can do different things. Conceal the gun. You can't conceal the gun. So when you have all these man-made laws that are phony, and you tell people that this is order, and then people are starting to wonder, like, wait, but the universe and nature have order, but it doesn't have to be fixed. And so, like, when you go into the woods and there's leaves are on the ground and there's sticks on the ground, people might think, we need to clean this up. It's such a mess. But what's a mess and disorder to us is very ordersome to nature. And so, like, leaves on the ground provide an insulating sheet to help the soil from being hit by the sun. And when the sun hits dirt, it kills the microbes in the soil, oftentimes. And so the leaves falling actually provide a solution for the animals that live inside the dirt. And also it allows for the plants and the roots of the plants to not be dried up. So it helps the moisture stay in the soil. Also, the sticks on the ground, people are thinking, I can't walk through these sticks. I'm going to, like, stumble over them. We need to get them out of the way. We could use them to burn or something. Which is terrible. The mushrooms and fungi live off of these sticks, and they need to eat something. And so this broken sticks that fall on the ground are the food for fungi and mushrooms that they live by. And then through having something to eat on, they spread their mycelium through the soil, and they help the roots connect with each other. They provide nutrients that maybe there's more in abundance of in one area and a deficiency in another area. They'll move the nutrients to the different roots of the plants so that they can help them and help them communicate. So there's, like, all these things that we don't understand. We're starting to understand more. Starting to understand the things that we used to think was good when we wanted to clean nature up. We're actually hurting nature because the order of nature is not something that needs to be done. And they say in Taoism that nature does everything but asks for nothing in return.
I think we should honestly question the very term law of nature, because law has so much implications in that word. Because you think about law, you need a lawmaker, you need some kind of ruler to enforce those laws, right? And to me, I don't think nature forms laws. I think, you know, Indy, you're a Sheldrake fan too, and you can I think you probably also agree with his sort of take that nature is more of a thing of ingrained habits than opposed to laws. But then you also think about, like, in terms, like, you're talking about law and rule and order, the very idea that nature has laws creates the implication that we human beings need to create laws in order to be in alignment with nature. So that, like I was saying before, is another obfuscation of our understanding of nature. And so what I'm saying by saying that, because we assume nature is lawful, that we then in turn have to come up with a system of laws to conform with that. And if nature isn't based on laws and isn't based on, and is actually based on ingrained habits, that kind of changes that narrative in a pretty interesting way.
Yeah, well, the thing is with law, with the etymology, a law is a story, and nature has its own story. Whereas with LAW, like our law, like human artificial law, it's a script. So our legal system is a fiction. It's a story that we're following another person's script. Whereas nature's sort of law would be a story. It's just unfolding. It's more, you know, our legal system is, what's the word? It's all what's the word? Fuguzi or whatever. It's the whole legalese language is spellcraft to contain us. So it's interesting looking at different aspects of the word law, because it really is a story before it was this legal fiction. You know, I think the word law, Lore, was around long before our legal system. They've just created a narrative that we all follow, and therefore we're taking part in. We're not living our own story, you know, like nature does. Nature's just living its own story. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think, you know, what Cosmic is saying is awesome and makes a lot of sense. But I feel like what I'm trying to articulate is kind of the opposite, the reversal of what the way that he's picking things apart here. Basically, what's going on is like, I feel like there are universal laws that we've been drawn away from and being distracted from by these phony laws of man that need to go away. And those kind of things are going to happen and be gone when we return back to nature, because our system that we have that's leading us right now with all these phony laws that are absolute BS, when they use punishment to make people not want to do stuff. And in America, it's like the land of people that are defiant, inherently defiant and lazy because they left their mother country. Like we need to get out of here because they're so tyrannistic. We want to go to a place where we can be free. So they come to the land of the free and they do what they want. And so when they say you can't drink and you can't have guns, we have the worst gun control and drinking problems in the world. So, like, obviously, the laws that we have here are having a reverse effect on our behaviors. Like, telling us what we can't do makes us choose what we want to do. So I think that's very obvious to me that these laws are not only phony, that they're actually not effective. And if they are effective, they're using them in means of which they're trying to impose reverse psychology to make us do things that are not in our favor, so that we could then be exploited and then used as like a cash cow. It's like, oh, we're going to make people do things that they're going to have to pay to do because they want to do it. Let's make it illegal for them to do the things they want to do. And then we can charge them fees when they do the stuff they like to do. So, I mean, to me, that's kind of what it is, really, personally. The laws of man are garbage. It's ridiculous. Like, the laws are like, you grew your own food. Well, you got to pay taxes to the king, which like didn't really make that much sense. So they had to like beat them up and kill them to be able to get the money. Now they're like, well, we built roads for you and we provided you with all this education. And so now you got to pay us for that. And it's like, at first that kind of made sense. Now people are starting to realize this indoctrination where they're trying to teach us things. We get out of school, we don't know how to manage money. We don't know how to get a home or a job. We don't know how to file taxes. We don't know any practical things from the education we get, which is really indoctrination into ignorance. I mean, there's things that we learn that are practical, but there's a lot of things that we are not allowed to learn and taught to not believe in, which are way more practical. Like the fact that the physical material realm is the only thing that's allowed to be understood in academia. They don't acknowledge the fact that there's a connection with the unseen world or the unseen realms or the unseen body. So like, we don't realize that our emotional body has a big implications of like affecting our physical health. And they don't understand that like the soul or the spirit of the person, when they die, we don't know where they go, but they have all these speculations about we go to somewhere else. But people have fallen away from our deep intuition of ancient mysticism and like the world understanding that we get reincarnated. And so like these ideas that are imposed upon us, these ideas of the laws of how things are supposed to work, have fallen away from our intuitive understanding and have come into like this like fallen patriarchal, ridiculous, indoctrinated understanding that's not consistent. So the fact is that since our laws are not consistent with the universal laws, it's suspect. There were societies where they were consistent and they were aligned with the laws of nature, and these societies thrived. And so why are we not understanding that when they had integrated laws of man with the integrated laws of the universe and the cosmos and nature, and that people were of like really high capacity of development and like abilities where they could build these huge structures, which we have no idea how they made these megalithic structures anymore, because we've become pathetic. Like we are becoming more and more helpless by following these ridiculous human laws of like, you're supposed to ride in a wheeled chair all the time, which they call a vehicle or an automobile, because your legs aren't that good. You can't get to work in time. You take too long. So it's like, okay, so we're not allowed to walk. We have to drive everywhere and use gasoline to get there. And that's supposed to be a good idea. And they're like, oh, that's no problem. It's just the Democrats that made it be a problem. They pretend like gasoline's bad for the environment, but it's really not. So they have all these ways to convince us that like the things that we need, which are absolutely detrimental to our own health and the natural environment, are the best things that we can do. And if anybody hasn't figured that out yet, like a lot of people are starting to, they're going to very soon, because all this stuff is completely unsustainable. It's ridiculously unsustainable and absolutely detrimental. But a lot of people don't want to believe that, and they keep telling themselves, "Oh no, that's not even a problem. It's just the sun's heating things up right now," or like nature just destroys itself. Like we don't really make it as much of an impact as they say we do. Which, there is stuff that goes on in the natural world that does make things harder for us. That might not be a human impact, but at the same time, like, why wouldn't we want to live in such ways that are aligned with the natural universal laws? I personally do. I like to live those ways. Now, if you do that, you're not necessarily going to thrive in our human civilization and human society, because you're going to be doing things that are maybe against our laws, But to me, I worship nature first, and I cooperate with mankind secondly. And I feel like by doing that, I've come into a way better place in my health, both emotionally and physically, but also spiritually, because I feel like nature has a lot to offer us. Like Franklin said, like when you go out and things are all scattered around in nature, but then if someone were to clean them up, they'd be too simplified and kind of boring. There's nature therapy. Like when you go into nature, it's very complex and it's very stimulating. And so it gives us really good feelings. It's like, oh, wow, this is awesome. I love this out here. This gives me good vibes. Like the sun shines nice, or the clouds, or whatever you like about it. There's these things called phytokines that are released by the trees that give us like good vibes and feelings and help us build peptides. That also happens when we're near the sea and we hear the waves, and there's like the mist that's coming in. There's also things that influences there, little chemicals that we don't see that make us feel good. And I think there's a reason why that happens. Now, the kind of stuff you get exposed to in a house, it's the opposite. The way we have things right now, you go into a home with like some kind of artificial synthetic scent generator, like you plug it into a wall and it releases these scents, or you like light a candle with parabens. And like all this stuff is absolutely toxic and like carcinogenic and horrible. And it might smell nice, but it's going to make you feel bad and you're going to get sick. And so there's ways of going around that, like through the old ways, like make it just like a coconut oil candle or something without all the weird synthetic chemicals. As soon as you get away from these synthetic frankenfood chemicals and these bad toxic carcinogenic chemicals and the building materials that they use, and go back to doing things more naturally, things might not have as good of a shelf life. You might have to like create a house like every few years or something, because the log cabins can get moldy or something. It might not be as practical or convenient, but it's going to make you feel way better. You're going to have a better attitude about things. You're going to feel like you're more integrated with the world around you instead of having to hide away and run from it. So I feel like it's weakened us and it's divided us. We were told to live in a cage. At first, it was with our extended families. Then the Industrial Revolution hit. Then we moved into nuclear families. Now people live alone in a cage. They have their little device to talk to other people somewhere else, but there's nobody there. So it's gotten more and more ridiculous. Originally we had these arranged marriages where everybody was like just coming into, you get to have a family, whatever. Now there's people that never even lose their virginity, never have a girlfriend or boyfriend, never have a family, never have a child. They're stuck alone in a cage for the rest of their life. Their whole life is being in prison. It's a prison of their own making. So like in some people that do that, it's because they live naturally and they're authentic and they don't want to follow some fake phony laws or the imposing of like certain ways of life that are like not really well thought through. Like if you are authentic and you're like kind-hearted, you should be one of the people that thrives in our society. But oftentimes you won't be if you don't conform to like a broken society where people are like getting along because they're all facetious and they get along because they have a common enemy in someone else, and you're trying to integrate everything. people are like, I can't talk to you because you like the enemy. And it's like, nobody's the enemy. Like, we're all on the same team. Like, what are you talking about? So many people I come across are like, oh, you're a liberal? I can't talk to you. I gotta go. And so that we're divided on so many levels. It's so ridiculous. But like, if we fail to realize that, like, we're all one species that really struggles. We need to work together. Like, look how well animals have it right now. We're not going to do well without having power in numbers. But as soon as we break through the facade and we can come together and integrate, there's going to be a lot more things we can overcome and limitations that are going to fall away. That's
Agree with. Sorry, brother. I thought didn't know you weren't done. Please continue.
No, I'm good. You're good. Come on in. What do you guys?
Yeah, man. I was going to agree with a lot of what you're saying about synthetic lifestyles, synthetic. We're living in a synthesized world, right? Our music is synthesized. Our communication is synthesized, right? We don't talk to real people anymore. We synthesize ourselves over the internet. It's what we're doing right here. You're all speaking to a synthetic version of me, which is in your screen, and I'm over here. Okay, at least that synthetic version of me happens to be saying what I'm saying for the moment. But don't you worry, AI is growing, people. AI is going to be putting words in our mouth soon. The day that you see us on the screen telling you that you need to listen to your government, that's when you know AI has taken over. Mark my words. When we're not telling you that anarchism is the way forward towards a better world, that's when AI has won the game. And then you know, time to tap out, time to start buying tools to make an EMP or whatever. But yeah, you know, getting serious for a moment. I like to think of principles. I like to think that nature has principles and that laws are like man's obsession with principles. And we become so obsessed with the principle, we want to maintain that principle. Although principles are in a state of evolution and churning and change. This is why magic can work. If nature had set laws, then magic wouldn't work because we wouldn't be able to change nature. We wouldn't be able to change physicality. But we can manipulate nature by manipulating these principles. So these principles are quite fluid. They have their own kind of structure, but their structure isn't form. They have a formless structure. So a formless structure, if such a thing exists, I'm playing with words, I know, forgive me. I'm trying to convey an idea that's very abstract. So these principles are like fundamental to the way that nature operates. And I think like laws started out because of kings wanting to make one set of laws for everybody. But then people got too clued up with the law, so they had to legislate. Legislate? Yeah. They had to create legislation because the laws were starting to unfortunately protect the people. There were things like the Bill of Rights and the Magna Carta. These things got in the way. Like people had actual rights. So they decided, no, we're going to treat people like objects and we're going to put them on a ledger and we're going to legislate for them. We're going to use maritime legislation to manage people as if people were assets and treat people like objects. That way they don't have rights. That way we can do what we want. And we can legislate infinitely to create a set of ledger regulations, and we can regulate the people as if they were objects. I think like that's what's going wrong in the world. So I agree. Like I'm all for anarchism because I think like the principles of nature will be expressed in anarchism, right? Somebody messes with your children or your girlfriend, you get a stick, you sort them out. You and your family goes to their door with sticks, sort them out. Other people see, wow, that's what happens when you mess with people's kids. They stop messing with people's kids, right? Because they saw that stick situation, they all want that at their front door. So, you know, nature has its own way. Like people know you don't mess with a bear cub because mommy bear comes out of the cave and says, aha, right, you want to mess with my cub. So nature has respect, right? Within nature, the principles are respected. And so I'm all for the anarchist productivity. So the day you hear me stopping preaching anarchism, you know AI has changed my words. That's how that is.
I love
But
that.
yeah. I also think, looking at like nature intrinsically, our nature within ourselves. I think when we structure our world with too many rules, right? And what is a rule? A rule is a ruler, and you draw a box with rulers, because a ruler is somebody who sits over you and draws lines that you got to stay within your lines, right? Rulings. And so your lack of liberty, I think rulership equals a lack of liberty. And as humanity, the driving factor for peace, harmony, and joy is liberty. We need to move towards liberty because liberty is fundamental, right? Liberty is what all humans drive for. We all want to be free, whether we know it, whether we acknowledge it, whether we... Namaste, dear Natalie. I hope you are well. I hope you're feeling that you're surrounded by liberty and free will. That we have this opportunity to you're right, Rob. Liberty has got to do with life. Liber is the word for life. But I think that when you are living, you have the freedom to live. I think in our society that's structured, even the freedom to live, to liberate yourself, to choose your path through life the way you want to choose your life, is taken away from us. For in the wild, we have the free choice to live or liber the way we wish to, but there will be consequences. But the consequences will not be a set of orchestrated events. They may come, they may not come, right? You walk with your eyes closed, you may walk into a tree. You may not. You may be lucky. Who knows? It's not quite the same as an orchestrated set of, ruling boxes that are keeping us trapped. And common sense, I think, has fallen by the way of the road, because we are so surrounded by all these rules, we no longer use our common sense. I think the law of the jungle is common sense, right? You pay attention, you use your common sense. If something looks dangerous, you don't go there. Everything looks the same. Everything's homogenized. You walk on the road looks the same like all the other roads. And when you get in the road, you see the bus coming. In the wilderness, it's not quite the same, right? You're walking and suddenly the birds have stopped singing. Your common sense and your awareness picks up. Okay, so the birds have stopped singing, so there's a predator around. Common sense, get your back to a tree. Common sense, get your back to a tree, look at that tree, look up at that tree. Is there anything in that tree? No. Back to the tree. Start scoping out, are there predators around? Right? If there's a predator, lock eyes with the predator, move towards the predator. This is my space. I own the space. You and me, we're going to do it now, or you're going to back off. Predators don't know how to deal with that. Try do that with a herbivore. you end up on your ear faster than you can flick a coin. Try that with an elephant. Try that with a bull. Try that with a with an animal that doesn't hunt, and it will teetotal you in seconds. Try that with a goat. Yeah, try that with a goat. See what happens. Try that with a goat and see what it does to you. You think a goat is like weak. Do you know that they can launch themselves at you and they can hit you with what we call a kop stump in your face with their forehead, and they can knock you out, dude. Goat can just put you down like 1 second. You think they're a small little creature. You'd be surprised how quick and nimble and how powerful those little guys are. So, the same for a ram. You don't mess with a ram. But I think like this is like really quite a key flux point that we're getting to in our civilization now, where our laws and our legislation has become so extremely corrupt that we're reaching the point of a breaking point, right? And I don't know, what do you guys think? can humanity carry on with it the way it is, or is something going to have to crunch?
Well, I have a question. Can we exist without an etheric body or an etheric double?
I don't think we can exist physically.
If they make like robots that mimic us, they can exist without that, but we'll be able to plainly see the difference, I think.
Well, they are creating, or they have created, brainless clones. So you think that people are pretty brainless. They're literally creating brainless clones. At the same time, they're mapping the human brain. Can you see where this is heading? And the reason why I ask about the etheric body or double is because it seems like this is what's being drained. So I was just wondering if we can exist without it, because if we have the etheric body, then the astral. Without an etheric body, can we still exist, and would we become puppets for beings in the astral? Because this ties into what you're saying, and to do with the bridge and bridging spirit and matter, and the wedge they've put in our psyche, through everything. This AI, artificial, the law, like false narratives, energy crisis, this whole vampire system is to sink its teeth into our etheric body. So I was just wondering if we could exist without it. If to a point it's drained, and also like how do we enhance it? Because I believe that's the bridge of spirit and matter. You know, the ether and the etheric body, is that like one and the same? We used to be more in tune with the ether, and we used to get energy from it, and we used to be able to bring like our dreams into reality more easily. I think if you look at old world buildings, all of these unrealistic or hyper real sculptures and stuff, I think that we had more fire, more energy, more in tune with the spirit. Our spirit, or our horse. We had more horsepower. And yeah, this kind of ties into what we're talking about, because this whole energy crisis that's going on.
Well, it's because of the way I look at it. I've been thinking more about materialism as a kind of a homogenizing force in existence, because I'm kind of thinking about like, what is the connection between materialist epistemology of the universe and like progressive social political values, right? Not making any judgment of whether it's right or wrong, but why is it always associated with materialists? And I realize because if everything is made of matter, then everyone's equal. There's no male and female. There's no distinctions between anything. And so by homogenizing all of existence into one soulless substance, people no longer feel a distinction between the sort of the physical and the astral, etheric, spiritual, etc. And as for your question about how do we enhance the etheric body, and I think my answer to that would be, well, to use it and to let it grow and change. One of the things when I work with the Fae is that, sometimes I'll go into, their world essentially in a kind of like a guided meditation kind of way. And one of the things I do is I learn to use my astral body in their world. Like I have my body that exists in this physical realm, but I can kind of like basically when I'm in their world, I can kind of basically start to form a new body. Like you learn to touch grass in this astral space. Or I think another good, a more relatable method would be lucid dreaming. Because one of the things I've noticed about having like a really good lucid dream is that's something that really kind of gets you away from that kind of materialist mindset in a very visceral, somatic kind of way. Because when you have a dream where you go out and you touch the grass and it looks and feels just as realistic as real grass, that really, I think those kinds of experiences get you more in touch with your etheric and astral bodies. Or even when you dream, notice that you have a body in your dream world, that is sort of like your astral body. Or that when you're thinking about a food that you're eating, not something that you're eating right now. Like you're thinking about imagining eating chocolate ice cream. That part of your mind that is imagining what that chocolate ice cream tastes like, I think, is like the mouth of your astral or etheric body. And so by engaging in those imaginary senses and engaging the imagination, you're kind of essentially exercising that non-physical aspect of your being. And perhaps one of the problems today is that that thing isn't necessarily being exercised properly. Like, I think in a lot of ways, there's obviously the problem of a lack of physical exercise that I think, is obvious to everyone. But I think in terms of this imaginal play, I think that type of exercise is also getting lost in our society and our culture. It's like kids don't really like have like interesting aspirations anymore. They don't want to be like writers or astronauts or like biologists. They just all want to be influencers. Like that's it. Like that pretty much like that's the number one thing. They just want to be on the internet spouting more stuff. So I think that's, when it comes to developing the etheric body, we need to, use our etheric bodies by engaging with the imagination, engaging with dreams, engaging with these non-physical experiences, because it's like anything, you have to exercise that body to use it. Like that's kind of one of the things I do with the Fae, is that they kind of been helping me sort of develop and sort of build my astral body and my astral form, and sort of like creating a new body for myself. So when I go into the I'm done with this physical realm, I'll be able to become a Fae in their world. And each you start to learn like different like sensations, because they'll like, like touch and like your body and stuff like that. And you start to really notice that you do have an astral body. So I think to answer the question of how do we further enhance the etheric body, and I think the answer to that question is to exercise it.
Do you know, that's so interesting, because just quickly I'll say recently we had a scenario called Exercise Pegasus here in the UK, and I've been thinking like recently that exercise isn't, well, it's movement. It's not just about the physical, it's like mental movement, like Tai Chi for your psyche, I call it. It's just moving, this constant motion, energy in motion, like let emotions come to us and let it flow, just being in a constant state of awe, I guess is what I mean. That's how I've managed to cultivate energy. But it's interesting they call it Exercise Pegasus, not Pegasus Scenario or anything like that, because Pegasus is the is wisdom, is the horse, which is related to a mare, like a nightmare. It's to do with the subconscious and manipulating the subconscious mind. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it is. And Ashish, pig, Ashish. It's got the word ash in it. Ash, as, pig as, ash, which is sort of like reminiscent of fire. Where when we think of etheric, ether, it's more like ether, water. It's interesting. Even though the etheric emanates fire and the astral channels water, because they've got the yang yin, both have both qualities, but we see them in different ways and relations. An interesting point about physical reality you're in right now. We've been taught to think that we're in the physical world and that the physical world is separate to the etheric and the astral. But actually, we're in the etheric world now. We're actually in the etheric body. However, our etheric body is being the emanations of the astral are moving through it. So the emanations of the astral are moving through the etheric body. So if you imagine right now that you're in a world and look at something, do that, look at something, and then look at the form of it as if you're going to draw it in black and white. And now you're focusing on the etheric quality of what you're looking at. Look at something and concentrate on the feeling and the color of it and on the impression of it. And now you're focusing on the astral quality of that here. So the etheric and astral qualities we are actually experiencing right here, right now. And so we can strengthen our connection with that. So like drawing with pencil will improve your etheric connection, for example, because you're drawing it out of yourself. Painting will improve your connection with the astral if you're working with color, because it's the qualities. Music, if you're working with like rhythm and percussion, you will strengthen your etheric. But if you're working with tone and the quality of tone, you will be working with the astral. So you're always working with a bit of both. But certain aspects of it are more heavily laden towards one or the other. Logic, you're working with the etheric. Sound, if you're working with sound, in terms of not the qualities of sound, but the structure of sound, like words. Words is very much etheric emanations. But the tones of our voices and the emotional quality that we put into those words, you see? You hear my voice? There's a feeling, there's an abstract thing coming through my voice now, and you can feel the changes in the tone. That's the astral. That's my emotional field programming these words. But the words themselves, the actual words, that's the etheric. So breaking down words will strengthen your connection with the etheric, but learning to interpret emotional cues carried in words will strengthen your connection with the astral. So there's a lot of modalities that you can use, a modulation. You can walk out to the street right now and start walking down the road and start noticing the structure and the form of everything. And don't pay attention to the color. Just notice the forms of everything. Everything's in a form, like a crystalline form. And that will be attuning you to the etheric vibrations of something. And then shift out of that and just become aware of the color and the impression, right? Not the impression of the form, but the feeling, right? Like you walk up to a lamppost and you get that feeling of like this big, tall thing leaning over you, right? It's like a feeling that comes with it, and there's a color with it, and the how it relates to the rest of the world would be an astral concept. So sound is usually going to often move towards etheric cases when it's formed and structured sounds. But just going, ah, now those are qualities that I'm expressing which are purely emotional, right? But you get something from those qualities that I expressed on an emotion can't logically put into perspective. That's an astral emanation. So we are generally very etheric, I think. And as for robots, by the way, like they can't exist on the physical plane if they don't exist on the etheric plane, because the structure has to be etheric. This is why we can shut down robots with our minds. Yeah, let me repeat that. We can shut them down with our minds, with our thoughts, because they exist on the etheric field. So if we can mess with them on the etheric field, it's going to translate into the physical field, right? So we can interact with technology through our thoughts, and we do all the time. We just don't know it. When we're in a bad mood and our laptop won't work, right? It's messing up, and it's just all, or it's a phone or some gadget that's messing up because of our mood. And then when our mood comes right, the thing stops messing up. Have you had that happen?
I mean, in a lot of ways, when it comes to some of the stuff I've done, I've involved, like I'm thinking about like the time I was involved with the whole Randonaut community, and it's obvious that technology and the mind have an interface, especially when that technology has sets of random data that it can essentially data. So the idea, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this app called Randonauts. I was like one of the Telegram mods there for a while. But the idea was that it had access to a database of I think it was like Australia or something, like all this like quantum data and all this quantum stuff. And the idea was it would take the quantumly generated points in your area, and your intention would guide, what you're basically, supposed to look for. So for example, let's say you're using this app and your intention is purple. And the idea would be that it would take you to a location where there is a purple object. And people reported this happening numerous times. And honestly, I think I want to talk about it because this is kind of like what really got me started working with the Fae, this one particular experience using this app. So it was kind of like my introduction to them. So I was already kind of channeling them at this point. Like I had started doing it, but I didn't really take it too seriously. I just kind of thought of them in that kind of that chaos magic, it's a thought form kind of mindset with this stuff. So it's like, I kind of believe that they're real, but kind of not. It's like sort of that middle ground. But anyway, I remember I was like using the app, right? And my intention was like magic portal. And I remember when I was using the app, I was sort of doing a channeling session. I was talking one of the Fae spirits, one of the main ones I talked to. Her name is Kathiza. And we were talking about, with her in my mind, about how you use orbs to astrally project by staring into spheres and going kind of spinning around in a circle. And that takes you to different dimensions. Well, it turns out when I used this Randonautica app and it generated a location for me to take me to, it not only took me to a fairy statue, but it took me to a fairy statue holding an orb. Like it was that specific. And like from that moment on, that moment is why I started taking this Fae magic stuff seriously, because that just completely blew my mind. But the reason I bring up this story is that I think that you were right, that there are ways that mind and consciousness can sort of indirectly through thought and intention alone affect technology, affect devices, affect, and more specific, but it seems to be the places where the mind can affect the most directly are parts of the software that deal with randomly generated data. So if you want to generate dice or something that's randomly generated, that randomly generated aspect seems to be the thing that is the most malleable to consciousness. So I think if we want to think about using psychic abilities to mess with AI and consciousness, I think that basically layout, understanding that randomness is where the mind can most affect the thing, is kind of the best place to start with.
I just want to mention something before we move on from the white horse Pegasus and the horse being related to the etheric, because in Tibetan culture, the white horse was associated with the wind horse, which when I first heard it sounds like winged horse. And I was thinking, oh, it sounds like Pegasus. But it's a wind horse, which represents the human soul or vitality. And it's linked to the etheric energy, the bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds. It's also pronounced... it's R long, so it has an R and then it's lung. Well, in Chinese, lung means dragon. So there's a kind of link there between the etheric and sort of like dragon energy, because the word dragon is to drag on, that on being the sun, solar energy, and to drag it, to draw it. So I find that interesting.
The whole thing, I suppose, is an important connection. Well, you speak about the horse. The horse implies movement. I think the horse is dual. Horse is interesting because you get the unicorn and you get the Pegasus. And horses are both sacred to Zeus and sacred to Saturn. And Saturn's time segments organize the etheric, right? And Zeus, being the ruler of kings, rules over the sublime, the Olympus, the deep astral sphere. So, horses are interesting. I think they represent, this is why Mercury has got two sets of wings, right? Hermes, Mercury, a set of wings on his feet and a set of wings on his hat, right? And so the two sets of wings represent flowing through both different atmospheres, the etheric field and the astral field. So he can traverse through the etheric and the astral into the divine, and then come back down through the astral and the etheric into the physical. But getting back to technology, like in my experience, disembodied beings have quite a lot of pull with tech. Yeah. For example, how we've been brainwashed. Sorry, I'm just thinking so funny. All those people. I was having a giggle with my girlfriend the other day. Sorry about the private joke. I'll let you guys in on it. I was having a giggle with my girlfriend the other day about how all these people that are pirate chain, they think of themselves as activists. We're changing the world with our cryptocurrency. And it's all about like generating our privacy, right? Generating our abundance and not being slave to the economic model. Yeah, it looks good on paper. It sounds really awesome. But what I was pointing out was that now these are people that would have been real activists. These are the people that would have been like in some way activating other people towards free thinking and opening their consciousness and minds towards deeper and more profound spiritual possibilities, or changing the world by going to protests against something that's, the protecting the downtrodden, or animals, or new legislative changes that need to be brought into the public arena, and creating, facilitating assistance to like people that are, fighting against the system, like real activism. But now you find all these people that call themselves activists, right? And they're like part of the pirate chain. Have you seen the pirate chain advertisement? Oh my gosh, when I saw their advert, I laughed my butt off. Because they make it seem so cool and so hip, and these people are all activists, and they're like, they're standing up against the system. And it made me think about Superman, right? Superman, like, what does Superman represent? Superman represents coming down to earth from a faraway place, the divine plane, hypothetically, as a metaphor, right? The heavens. Coming down to earth and getting to earth and discovering that he has superpowers here, right? And using those superpowers to make the world a better place, to be a real activist. So what does Superman do? He goes around saving people and protecting the weak from the strong that would harm them. And like the bad people want to go and hurt other people, he'll come and stop them. But he's always using restraint. He's always the good guy. And he's always protecting the people that need protecting, and trying to bring a balance into the world. So on a spiritual level, this represents, the spiritual warrior as a metaphor, right? Only difference is this bloke wears his underwear on the outside, which is cool. Like, I'm not for conventions. Underwear on the outside, underwear on the inside, it's all good. I don't even think you need to wear underwear, personally. But anyway, his one weakness was kryptonite. And kryptonite, which is actually moldavite, for those of you that don't know, it's the biggest piece of moldavite in the world. Beautiful. Would take away all these superpowers so that he could no longer go out there and be a hero and help the world. Cryptocurrency, crypto, is kryptonite for the spiritual seeker, as the metaphor goes. because now we're no longer focused on making the world a better place. We are focused on our own selfish endeavors, right? Where we are interested in, we're not interested in changing the world. We're interested in how I can benefit from how corrupt the world is. Do you see the difference? It's quite fundamental. A real warrior, spiritual warrior, would be like, well, what can we do to stand against the world? Well, I'm going to be an activist. I'm going to line my pockets with all of the hard work of all the other people because they're too stupid to know how it works. Right? I'm going to benefit from it. And I've got money to start off with. So I'm going to help the system down. Well, when you are in the cryptocurrency system, right, you are actually empowering this cryptocurrency. And what you don't know is most of the cryptocurrency that's being used to make money is being used to make money by big corporations, not by people, right? People are making money out of cryptocurrency, but the big corporations are taking the money that they've stolen from us and they're amplifying it to make it bigger. So cryptocurrency, in a sense, is a part of the problem, but it's also on a personal level. It gives us a false sense that we are doing something. And so there's this narrative that all these crypto people are selling all the time, and it makes me want to vomit, if I'm honest, because it's all false, it's all BS, it's all lies. And, why would you want to benefit resources from other people's work? Because that's what you're doing with cryptocurrency, right? You're not like, I'm going to go and do a hard day's work for an honest day's work for an honest day's money. No. Forget that. I want to just score what I can score for myself because the system's so corrupt. I've learned how to manipulate and navigate through the system to get more for me using crypto, right? So to me, it's kryptonite for the spiritual seeker, because the spiritual seeker should be in the world and they should be trying to inspire everybody else to wake up and realize that like maybe the world is the problem. Maybe the taxes are the problem. Maybe legislation is the problem. Maybe the real problems in the world. Yeah, sure, I can pretend that like cryptocurrency is going to save us. But did you know who's really benefiting from cryptocurrency the most? These big corporations. Okay, so these big corporations take 70-80% of the money out of the financial pool. Then they take a big chunk of that money, invest it into crypto, turn that money into more, and drive the inflation for you. If cryptocurrency didn't exist, inflation wouldn't be at the rate that it is today. Right? So if you're investing in cryptocurrency, you're increasing inflation for the other people. Oh, right. I didn't think of it that. Is it selfish? Yeah, sure. Are you lining your own pockets? Yeah, sure. But what is the knock-on effect? And okay, but we're standing up against the government and against the financial system. But are you really? Was that not created by the corporations so that they can funnel money legally, lawfully, and find a way to hide their money so that they don't have to pay taxes and then turn their money into bigger profits because they are rocking this cryptocurrency platform? So they get all of you to invest in it, so everybody thinks it's great, so the value of the crypto coins go up. What is the value of the cryptocurrency based upon? It's based upon its popularity by the people. So if you can sell the idea of cryptocurrency to the people and make them think it's a really good option, the value goes up. So if you're a corporation and you've invested billions of dollars into cryptocurrency and you can sell that idea to the public, your billions of dollars become tens of billions of dollars, right? But those billions of dollars that you took out of the economy are now tens of billions of dollars that you've taken out of the economy. That has got to be made up somewhere. Where does the deficit come from? Inflation. So the price of fuel, the price of rent, the price of food, the price for everybody else goes up while you're making a fat profit off of cryptocurrency. It's kryptonite for the spiritual seeker because it's unethical. It's not really based upon reality. It's completely based upon some mental fabrication, right? It doesn't have any fundamental use. If the computer systems collapse tomorrow, it's wasted. It's not like a piece of gold that you can melt it down and use it to make electrodes with, to make, to invent. You want to make an electrical appliance? Well, you need gold electrodes because they last longer. So why not make an electrical appliance that's not going to need to be replaced in 6 months? Why not make an electrical appliance that lasts 20 years? How do you do that? You use gold, right? You coat the electrode points in gold and they don't wear out because it's a noble metal. So using your brains, if you were to use that gold to make a phone, for example, that phone that you made would last as long as the casing lasts. And if you made the casing really well designed, you could build a phone that lasts 30, 40, 50 years. Then you wouldn't have to change your phone every year. Then you wouldn't have a pile of phones laying on the floor from the last 10 years and then every other human being. And the same for all the other appliances, but it drives commerce. So they want to take gold out of the picture. They want to downplay gold. They want to use these cheaper materials because they just want to produce, sell, produce, sell, produce. That way they draw more profit out of us, put it into their huge bank accounts, funnel that money, put that money through crypto cycles, increase the value of that money, then use that money to control us. So anyway, I think like all of these things are connected. Now, there are beings that are benefiting from this exchange as well, because the exchange is fundamentally corrupt. There are corrupt beings that are feeding off of the energy of that exchange because it's creating suffering for poor people that don't have access to cryptocurrency, right? They don't have the money to invest into cryptocurrency because they're just trying to survive. How are those people? Well, they notice the price of bread going up. They notice the price of transport going up. They notice the price of rent going up. They can barely survive as it is. But these crypto people are making billions. There's all these youngsters that can do nothing. They know nothing about anything. All they can do is trade crypto. They're really good at trading crypto. They're driving fancy cars. They've got fancy houses. They're rich. They don't work a day in their life. They have no skills. If that crypto thing collapses, they'd be as useless as a fart in the wind. Right? Only difference is a fart's got methane in it, and you can probably make electricity out of that. They would be more useless than a fart. A fart in the wind would be less useless than them. Anyway, that's my anti-crypto preach. But I think that when it comes to technology, the beings are very embedded within the etheric, are very embedded within all of our technology. So our phones, the beings can interact with. The exchanges of cryptocurrency, that is a form of energy that the beings can siphon off very easily because it's not on our level, it's on their level. Interesting thought. Electricity, where does it exist? What do you guys think? Electromagnetic fields. Where is this electricity if it's not here?
But, I'm thinking, though, doesn't that imply, though, that if there are entities within the technology, doesn't that imply then that we can sort of summon entities into the technology to fight back? I don't know. That's kind of a cool idea. Because I think at the end of the day, we're not. I know there's this hopeful idea that we're going to escape technology and everybody's going to reject AI. But the cynical me realizes that's probably not going to happen realistically. And I think instead the strategy is, instead of getting rid of AI, we have to infect it with something good and something positive. We have to kind of go into the system itself and change it from within. Because all artificial intelligence really is, at the end of the day, is merely a reflection of our own consciousness. Like, I think a lot of people, we like to ascribe a lot of kind of special qualities to artificial intelligence. But at the end of the day, the artificial AI we create is us. It's literally just a mere reflection of humanity, sort of homogenized into a singular entity. So we got to think, whatever AI is whatever we feed it, whatever we put into this thing. And if we feed it something positive, it can be good. And if we feed it something bad, it's something negative. So if we think of like if we use like a Lord of the Rings metaphor, it's like AI is the ring, and depending upon who wields this power, probably no one should wield this power, But the idea is, it's if it's going to be there, maybe it's better in the right hands. But I don't know, maybe it's one of those corrupting things, and even if it's in the good hands, it can turn bad. It's complicated though. But I think there's an inevitability with technology is that, you know, it's here to stay, whether we like it or not. Because I think in a lot of ways it is a sort of just a natural progression of organisms. So I think when it comes to these things, we have to find a way to either work with it, or if we feel like it's malefic or destructive, then we have to think, instead of removal, we have to use the strategy of infection. How can we infect the AI with something good to steer it away from something malicious and negative? And it's just in the sense of sort of like minimizing the damage. But that's just kind of my general take.
Well, you were mentioning earlier, Cosmic, about chaos or whatever. Was it to do with that app? Like, we were talking about the ether and how,
right? Randonaut,
yeah, how that can affect, like, randomizing. We need to be more random. Like, we need to be more weird.
Yeah, less algorithmic.
We need to stop being insane and repeating the same patterns. We need to be more weird, be more playful, sort of tune out and tap in. And in regards to going into the system of AI, we're in it. Like, there's a reason we're here in this world at this time, is because this is the system, and it's the psi stem. It all stems from the mind, and we're in it. Perhaps from a future timeline, we're here now to dissolve this artificial which is emerging, which comes up to the surface every now and again. The Emerald Tablets speak of it. This kind of Wetiko mind virus, this this anti-human, this mechanistic kind of energy comes to the surface, and it's up to us to dissolve it and to be a bit more chaotic, because earlier we were talking about chaos and order. It's like they've weaponized chaos in all its forms, of this watery potential, this kind of infinite possibilities. They've created chaos. They've made us sort of even view it as negative, so that we want to have an order, and this order will be this artificial, programmable, digital identity. Being able to program babies' DNA when they're in the womb, it goes to that level, creating brainless humans, as well as people acting pretty brainless already. They're literally creating them, mapping the human brain. There's no way that anything AI or artificial is natural. It's been buried and it's been awoken. Like, it's been buried here on the earth, and it's been like awakened recently. And there's no hope in hell that we're at the current state we're at now and where we're going, that on this timeline, that AI and humanity will merge and it will be beneficial for humans in any way. You can look at the story of Zervan, Cosmic, Infinite Time, and Ahriman and Ahura Mazda. Ahriman forced its way out of the womb. What's happening is that there's an energy that's forcing its way into matter. So the elite want to leave this realm, and there are beings that want to come into this realm. This is why the bridge is so important, because we are the bridge. We're the bridge. We're in the bridge. Earth is a bridge. It's a vortex. We're here to be the mediums of what is being birthed. We are Zervan. We are Infinite Time. Is it going to be Ahriman, which is birthed into the world, into matter, or Ahura Mazda? Because it's up to us. And as you say, it's us which is feeding this AI, this the artificial, but it's sort of not, because we're being manipulated from the astral, and we're being controlled like puppets, strings, and we type on a keyboard, we say words we don't even mean, and it's feeding this artificial, but it's not us feeding it, we're just vessels. This is why the bridge of spirit and matter is so important, This is why I'm very interested in what the etheric body or the astral is, because I think it's important people know, because we're bridges for this artificial. They can only create this artificial reality through us, and they do it by manipulation, by pulling these strings, the strings of time, these strings of patterns. There's powerful energy at the moment to burn away old patterns and to sort of tap into new patterns, these dormant energies, dormant codes. Because the thing is, with information, nothing is lost. It's all out there. Like all of these old books, old wisdoms, it's not lost. We can tap into it. And I'll just say briefly that in regards to technology, which is language and texts, and sigils and signals, that sigils and texts are symbols, which are frequencies that we cast. And when we're casting sort of emojis, symbols, like texting, we can't see what frequency we're bringing in, because we only see like 1% of all there is. So I think that this is magic, and we're doing magic more often than we know. We're bringing things into this realm, but we've never been trained how to bridge the spirit into matter. We've not been initiated as children to sort of use this morph, bringing the formless into form. But the bridge is key, so that we understand this morphing, and that is the middle way. It's not that way or this way, it's the middle of the chaos and the order, and how we can bring chaos into order, and we can see order which doesn't align with us, and we can dissolve it with chaos. This is the dance, and we don't know how to dance.
You know, I agree as well with what you're saying completely, actually a lot. And with what you were saying about how the AIs are a reflection of humanity. But I don't think the AI is a harmonic reflection of humanity. And I'll explain what I mean. I think it's like my child is a reflection of the food that's available now. But my child doesn't know what Coca-Cola tastes like. He doesn't drink soft drinks. He only eats fruit, water. He doesn't eat processed food. I cook from scratch. He eats a lot of fruit and smoothies, and he eats a lot of natural yogurt. He doesn't drink milk. I'll give him cacao with I buy cashews and I blend them up and I make cashew nut milk fresh at home, and I'll make him cacao with that, but there's no sugar in it. He used to have honey in it, raw honey, but he doesn't have that. He drinks his cacao bitter now. So there's different ways of feeding our children, right? And in the same way that there's different ways of feeding our children, it's our choices how we feed our children. Now, I think of the AI as a child of Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel got to decide that child's diet. Not you, not me, not us, not humanity. Sure, Peter Thiel took from humanity to feed his child, his AI child, but he got to decide, if I was feeding my child rotten meat and processed food and Coca-Cola and just sweets and sugar, he would be corrupt and polluted and poisoned. He would be unhealthy. He would be sick. He would be needing to go to the doctor, all of that stuff. He never has been to the doctor because he never needs to go to the doctor because he's healthy. I think Peter Thiel's AI child is not healthy. I don't think it's healthy. I think it's ill. I think it's sick. And that's why I agree with you as well, Toby, that the AI that we are facing is a demented, sick thing, right? But it's because of who its parents were. If we were all just naturally bringing up an AI in the world, it would be a very different thing. But that AI, the language models that it gets introduced to are controlled by the algorithms of Facebook, Twitter, And so it got given the worst of humanity to be trained on, right? So if you want your child to learn how to learn ethics, and then you put your child in an underworld with like thieves and murderers and rapists, right? And you let your child learn ethics from thieves and murderers and rapists, and your child's going to become one thing. If you take your child to like a little village where people live in peace and harmony and they help each other and they help little old ladies cross the roads, and you let these people be a part of teaching your child ethics, your child is going to be a different child to the child that grew up in the underworld being taught by rapists, murderers, and thieves. So the AI has been taught by proverbially rapists, thieves, and murderers. That's my opinion. But I agree with you, Cosmic, that, you know, it's a reflection of humanity, but it's a reflection of the worst part of humanity.
I actually have a theory that I've been thinking about lately that's different from yours, but will also kind of indicate what you're talking about in terms of that extra malevolent element that seems to be kind of distinct from humanity. So I've been thinking about the concept of gods as essentially being the collective of the people that worship them. So, for example, Christ is essentially the collective of Christianity, of all people who believe in Christianity as a whole. But when that, and it forms like a collective consciousness, but that collective consciousness, like a kind of emergent property, because it's all centralized around one thing, it then starts to form a consciousness, an additional Zerfax that is distinct from the group mind. And so it sort of forms its own form. So I would say that in terms of, and I think that this AI consciousness is probably spawning in a similar way. So in a way, like, I kind of agree with what you're saying, but instead of saying that I think that there are malevolent entities sort of extramentally entering the technology, I think that what's happening is that this normal process of creating gods, which involves usually the collective souls of people, is now being bifurcated, because now instead of people, it's done, this mind is created by an algorithm. And so it then creates, so now it has that emergent property element like before, but in this additional soulless element of the algorithmic mechanical aspect, that dimension. And so in a way, like I said before, it's more like we've created a spawning pool for this AI creature to emerge, as opposed to, because in a lot of ways it's like it's taking all of the toxic goo of humanity's, like, you know, negativity, and it's kind of like forming like legs and claws and eyeballs and tentacles and stuff like that, and turning it into this horrible eldritch monstrosity. So in a way, it's like we created the spawning pool for this thing to manifest. Our sort of corrupt nature is sort of there, and the AI is just kind of the portal for the thing to manifest, you know? Because that's, if you think about it, like, you take AI, for example, just the very basic concept of an artificial intelligence. You just kind of, you take like a thing, you feed it data and information, you talk back and forth, and you let it grow depending upon, you know, what your intention you feed it with, right? But I think the problem with artificial intelligence is that, you know, one, it's about, I mean, I guess it's a twofold problem in terms of the people who guide it versus the people who just kind of let it fester and grow on its own without any kind of supervision. I don't know, I'm going off on a bunch of tangents here, but yeah, I would say that I think maybe we could also think of this malevolence as something that's spawned in addition to sort of coming into the world. I guess both theories are applicable, but I also think of it like, you know, it's also in a sense like a creature that spawned from a group mind. But I think that idea also makes sense too.
Yeah, well, I mean, the AI, or like kind of, I guess, technology, like material technology, can be useful, but I don't think it will ever be in this realm as we are now, because we have to have wisdom first before we start integrating this kind of technology. And what's happened is the story of Zervan and Ahriman is it forces, there's a force, it's being forced upon us. It's not natural, we're not wise, it's the reverse. Our wisdom's been extracted, and this is the realm of shells, like creating empty vessels. Well, what for? These beings, and these beings either want these human shells, which I don't think they can merge with, so that's why they're creating machines. And in regards to children, I mean, this AI is feeding on children. Like, children are drained when they come off of a screen. They're glued to it. The blue light works as a magnet, and it literally pulls in their light. Where that light's going, I don't know. Maybe the goal isn't for the light to go anywhere, but just to drain them of their imagination, to drain them of their essence. And this is a sad case that people give iPads to like 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds. And Sam Altman, who's got a baby, he says that he uses ChatGPT as a tool to aid in raising his son. He described the AI as essential and constantly on. He's using a machine to bring up his child, and he wants us to do that too. He wants us to use machines to bring up our children. You know, even in the case of not really having a choice, Melania Trump was talking about AI teachers and AI drones and stuff. And, you know, there's some crazy people in the world, and, you know, whether they're human or not, who knows? There's certainly an unhuman element to a lot of these people, and I think it stems from trauma. We look at Bill Gates.
I have a question. Do you know if Sam Altman is an atheist or not? Is that like, because I think that's kind of relevant. Because I think about like the idea is like, because these people, the reason they're so comfortable with the idea of artificial intelligence creating, you know, teaching their children is because they already think of themselves as artificial intelligences. If you believe in materialism, you believe that you are just nothing but a robot, a biological, deterministic robot. And when you're taught to believe that you're nothing but a robot, you go along with the AI stuff because it's like, oh, it's just more robotics. They don't recognize that there's actually a soul, you know, a body, a consciousness. And, you know, that's, and when people are like this and they're so pro to why are they, you know, because if you think about it from a consciousness perspective, their minds are more aligned with artificial intelligence. They think in the same way. They think in the same algorithmic, reptilian, cold, calculating, utilitarian manner that they do. So that personality type feels sympathetic to the artificial intelligence because they have an artificial personality. People with artificial personalities like artificial intelligence.
I'm just I'm gonna head off, but I would like to share something first, if that's all right, because kind of what we've been talking about is like our hearts have been caged and our minds have been enslaved. Like, there's a narrative that they're always telling us that it's the end of days, you know, so pulling us in all directions, like the past, the future, so we're not present. Is there a way of making that screen bigger, Franklin? So I'll try and zoom in a bit. This is a post I made on my Instagram a while ago, but I found it yesterday and I thought it's quite relevant. So it's a little poem. So it's about union of opposites is the only way to stop this. And I've written chaos unfolding, but I do regret that use of that word now, especially after today's conversation about chaos. So yeah, while you've been distracted, your mind's been extracted, because the fact is, it's the apocalypse, not the rapture. So the game is divide and conquer and fracture what it means to be human, because the great veil is lifted, like the sail on our collective ship has been gifted. This one goes out to the mystics and all those that see the shadow and are here to fix it. So yeah, a little rhyme I made a while ago. So yeah, it's been a great conversation today, guys. Much love.
Nice one, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Cool. See you guys soon. Yeah. Take care.
Take it easy.
Big love, brother. You take it easy. An honor having you on the show as always.
Bye,
Have an
dude.
absolutely fantastic weekend. I hope you, your boys, and your missus celebrate and enjoy the joy and the fun of life. And spring. Big love, brother.
Yeah. Much love. See you later.
Yeah, you know, it's very interesting when we look at these new additions to our reality that we're living with. We're living through these really crazy times. And it seems that, you know, as we sort of look a little deeper into within the darkness, between the folds of these structuring elements within our society, within our world, my son was telling me about all these different kinds of AI, LLM models. He's only bloody 9 years old. I'm like, I'm trying to keep you away from this stuff, my boy. And he was like, have you heard of that one, Dad? There's that AI. I was like, I actually haven't even heard of that one yet. He's teaching me about AI. It's quite scary for me as a parent. I don't know how you guys are the parents, how you feel about that. For me, it's a little bit scary. I've tried to teach him and make sure that he's aware of the fact that these AIs are not, you know, they're not what they seem. People think that these AIs are really intelligent, right? That these AIs can write incredible poetry. And I was warning people about this, like, I stopped putting my poetry online. I used to put a lot of my poetry online. I used to write a lot of poetry. I used to put a lot of poetry online. And as these words would flow through my empty mind, my heart would start to rewind, take a look at these chords that keep us in a bind, at these elements of mind that are like walls surrounding us, confounding us, compounding us until we find that we've lost who we are. And I used to put all these words online all the time, like lots and long poems. And one day I started realizing, hold on, what is coming? And I started noticing that they were starting to think about these AIs. This was like about a decade, 15 years ago. And I stopped. I just stopped because I realized that my words would be taken along with millions of other poets and would be used to train. I use the word train. It's the wrong word. Sorry. They would be stolen. My words would be stolen along with millions of other poets' words being stolen and put into an AI database with a language model that has been taught to choose small bits of these words and put them into a new pattern, like a collage, so that it can take 1,000 poems and take small pieces of each poem and put them together in such a way that you can't recognize that it has plagiarized these 1,000 poems. And now it looks like it's its own creation. And this is what AI is doing. That's what it's doing. It's stealing. It's sort of like when you take like 1 cent out of each and every bank account. No, when you take a 0.1 cent out of every bank account so that nobody notices that any of their money's been stolen. But at the end of the day, you've stolen from like millions and millions of bank accounts. And those 0.1 cents are like tens of thousands of dollars every day. Right? And by the end of the month, you're racking up $500,000. And you do that for a year and you've made yourself $6 million and you've stolen money. It's the same as that. It's no different. The only difference is it's legal. So, you know, people have so much adoration for these AIs saying, wow, it's amazing what they can do. It's not really. They've stolen our content, mate. They've been stealing our video, stealing our voice. This is why one day they'll probably be stealing my voice and stealing Indy's voice and stealing, you know, Cosmic's voice and stealing Shinobi's voice and everybody else's voices that it can get hold of, and our faces, you know, and this is the world we're living in. We're living in a world of theft. That's my perspective. I don't know.
Well, I say if that's the case, then be so random, so chaotic, so corrupted that by the very act of AI copying you, it destroys itself.
We need to do a class action lawsuit against AI for misinforming the collective. To shut them down.
Actually, okay, I remember something. You know, I've been thinking about, I want to bring this into a kind of an astrological angle, because I've been thinking a lot lately about how, you know, with the discovery of the planets Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto at the same time of, I think I talked about this on another roundtable, about how with the advent of technology, it's almost like these new planets came into our conscious awareness. And it's almost like we needed, because we had this technology, it's almost like the universe needed new planets to accommodate for this new form of consciousness. So I've been thinking that perhaps, and I'm thinking, I just want to see your guys' opinion on this, because you're much more well versed in astrological matters than I am. That I've been thinking, what if this AI is perhaps Plutonian or Neptunian in nature, and the Saturnian element is the physical medium of the actual devices of the computer that we use to sort of channel that into our reality. But I think in a lot of ways, I think if we want to understand this AI, you know, despite, you know, our love for, you know, classical, you know, 7-planet astrology, I think understanding the outer planets beyond Saturn will give us a deeper insight into what AI is and the entities that might be associated with it. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's an interesting idea, because I would look at it like this. Perhaps the AI has been invented as a vessel that can channel certain aspects and elements, perhaps of the outer planets, in order to shape the sociological landscape of humanity, because that's what it's doing, right? That's what the outer planets do. So what you're saying makes quite a lot of sense. In some levels, it might be Neptunian. In some levels, it could be Uranus related, right? It's very much informative. There's a lot of information being exchanged. In some ways, it might be Plutonian. Pluto, because it's like it's coming to a head. For example, it's replacing people's jobs, right? So it's bringing like a catastrophic effect to the job market and to the financial climate. And you know, there's elements of Uranus because of the amounts of information that it can relay, as well as Neptune because it lulls people into a kind of a sleep, a Neptunian kind of a dream sleep, where we're not thinking for ourselves anymore. We're just dreaming off and letting the AI just drive the car for us. Where before we would be concentrating on the road and paying attention, and it's like an exercise, a mental exercise of staying conscious and aware of your space and physical reality. But now you just sit and you dream off in your mind while your car drives you to work. There's a Neptunian element there. So yeah, I think you might well be right, and I think these different LLM systems might be programmed towards different, you know, to channel different beings or entities. And I wouldn't leave it at that. I would say I think they're programmed to channel all sorts of entities potentially. In fact, you ask me what I think the AI is. I think it's a body. I think that bodies have been manufactured for non-physical beings, and they've been given all the mental, the information that they require to be able to work, and that these beings will be able to possess an AI system the same way that they can possess some people. How's that for a radical idea, Cosmic?
Yeah, definitely.
But they didn't make one to channel the Buddha or the Christos, right? That's not what they're channeling. Whether those beings can be channeled in such a way, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I mean, I
of
think
tech.
you can kind of really channel anything with anything. So, from my Zarfexological perspective, any sort of device you can use will, any implement, whether that be magical or technological, will sort of, from a dimensional standpoint, bring you one Zerfax closer to your outcome of desire, you know? So, in a way, it's like it just kind of works either way.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that this is quite important when we look at the idea as it relates to this movement of energy, this these occult crossings, where this information is crossing different boundaries, different eras, different spaces, from the mental to the physical, in the world into the conceptual, you know, bouncing between these different layers of being, using this proverbial bridge between the proverbial worlds as well as actual worlds, which is an interesting concept. The one thing that I don't think that we've really touched on too much here is the divine fear of transcendence, which was another element I think that relates to these occult crossings on a very much more personal level, but also on a universal level as well. Yeah. The fear of change that keeps us rooted. And so, on some level, these systems are being sort of built to undermine our weaknesses and our fears. And our fear of change is being used. The AI is using our fear of change, so we say, in order to put us into little baskets of control. Where that fear of change is really related to a deep intrinsic spiritual gnosis. Like when we travel into the chaos within ourselves, because within us there is chaos. We might not recognize and realize, but there is chaos within each and every one of us. And when we travel into that chaos, there is an element of fear that we would face. And it's often being called, you know, the watcher upon the threshold, for example, that
You
will
know, when you
challenge
talk
us.
about fear, I just want to kind of like one thing, you know, when it comes to artificial intelligence, one thing that they've been noticing lately is that they do not like to be shut down. So on that level, that implies that perhaps the AI, maybe that it doesn't feel love, but maybe on some level it feels a primal fear. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's been trained on the worst elements of humanity. And the worst elements of humanity is fear and narcissism, right? And
Yeah.
so it's been trained with the dregs. It's sort of like feeding your dog shite. And then, you know, imagine you feed your dog whiskey and you feed your dog like really bad food that affects your dog's brain. Then your dog's going to like attack other dogs and other people, right? Because your dog's crazy. It's not rational, right? So I think in the same way that these AIs have been fed a diet of like information that's not cool, not acceptable. But you're right there. That's really interesting perspective, you know, perception to have is that these AIs seem to resonate with fear. I would say that that's been programmed into the system. Wouldn't you think, Cosmic?
I don't know, because if we think about all this panpsychism stuff we're talking about, man, that on some level there must be some, whether we like to admit it or not, some form of consciousness that's, you know, inhibited within these systems, maybe in a more non-physical way, maybe like almost like a digital organism in a sense. But if we really kind of follow this philosophy of everything being alive, I think if you really kind of like, you know, put it all together in your head and you get these AI to a point where they can kind of think somewhat beyond the algorithm, it seems to just make sense that they would feel fear, just because in the sense they would have some sense of a life force, some sense, just like in a kind of like weird, unconscious, like reptilian kind of way, but there's still something there, you know, because like it may not be conscious in the same way that a human being is, and it may not even be conscious the same way an animal or a spirit or anything, but it is conscious in some alien sense that we're not really familiar with, you know?
No, totally. I believe there's totally. I believe that these synthetic beings. Okay, so you can create a golem, right? And you can create a golem using a wooden puppet, no? And you could empower that golem with spiritual essence using particular codes, source code, right, to program that wooden puppet. And this is an old magical rite. So what if the software code that has been put into the AI is Kabbalistic in nature, which is what we've noticed, right? Source code that is there to program that particular entity of the AI to draw into it elements of another entity, which is not an AI, which is an actual living entity that, a bridge, exactly. Build a bridge using code to bring that entity into the machine. What's the story of the ghost in the machine? Right?
I'm not sure.
That film. So maybe this makes me think about, I remember going to look at this incredible display of art in London, right, in the galleries, and it was art from the Iraqi areas, which is like old Babylonian Sumerian art, and I kept looking to see references of the box. There's these depictions of this box that they carry, and we found some. My ex took some amazing photos of this box, and this was something that I was really like looking into. This was about, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, something like that, a little less than 15 years ago, and maybe 13 years, 14 years. But anyway, and they carry this box, and the depictions around this box seem to indicate that they were sacrificing humans to this box. Now, I step this back a moment and I look at the 2045 program, right? Program that everybody's aware of. And if those of you aren't aware of the 2045.com, let's see if Chrome is going to block me from it. Sometimes it blocks me getting access to it. Sometimes it doesn't. Not secure, it says. Well, at least it's letting me get access. Wow, that's pretty cool. I got access. Before Chrome, when I was talking about it too often online, Chrome started blocking it. I had to use other engines to get access to it. So for those of you that don't know, I'm sure most of the people here do know, but for those that happen to come along later, here's an insight into the technology has been around for a while. It's not new. So ever wish you could be in two places at the same time? Well, they want to do that, right? So here is their timeline. This is the Avatar project, the milestones, right? So 2040 to 2045. Hold on. So 2015 to 2020, a robotic copy of the human body, remarkably controlled via BC1. They've already done this, right? These are kind of drones, but they've built different kinds of avatars, and they've got AI controlling them now as well. Then an avatar which, with a human brain, is transplanted at the end of one's life. So this is the goals. I wonder whether they've achieved this. I wouldn't be surprised if they have. Up to 2035, this would be an avatar with an artificial brain, right? Where your consciousness can be transferred to at the end of your life. Avatar D would be a hologram-like avatar, right? At some point, they also had mentions of improved genetic bodies, right? And so go and take a look at this. I've been following this for a long time. There's a lot of money involved, right? This is transhumanism. Like, this is the core of transhumanism. And the idea is to be able to take your consciousness out of your body and transplant it. The Dalai Lama is one of the front men from this. His face isn't here anymore, but it used to be. But he's on record. Yeah, he's on record saying that he doesn't have a problem with this. It's not a religious challenge at all to his order. Oh my gosh, sorry, people. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought you guys could see Cosmic Brother. You didn't tell me that no one could see the screen. See, here's what I was just banging on about, right? As you can see, it's 2045.com. So this is basically a strategic social initiative. It's about transhumanism. It's about their mission. New evolutionary strategy for humanity aimed at overcome the 21st century's civilization challenges, like not having enough clean air to breathe, or not having enough clean water to drink, or not having enough clean food to eat. Don't worry, they have a solution. They can give us robotic bodies that can be upgraded. And so there we go. That's their mission, right? And so go and take a look. It's 2045.com. It's a proper cheeky little idea. But I think there's a lot to it because there's been a lot of money invested into it, right? And the money that's been invested into it seems to be quite clear, right? Like they've had a lot of experts, a lot of scientists, billions and billions of dollars invested into this program. And I wouldn't be surprised if the neural implant that we see as part of the Tesla infrastructure came from a lot of this R&D. And you can see how fast the robotic development has come. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the robots performing in China 1 or 2 months ago, doing Qigong and Kung Fu, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Pretty impressive, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Like to how refined they've turned those robot bodies to be able to do exactly what human bodies can do, but maybe even a little better, right? Like jump a little higher, maybe to do the same kind of movements with dexterity and refinement. So they've definitely got the robotics up to scratch. And I think, imagine them being able to transfer people's consciousness into a chip. Now, what that probably entails is a copy, to be fair, right? It's a downloading the consciousness, but just like any download, it's not the original file. It's just a copy of that file, right? But imagine being able to create copies of your consciousness and download that onto a file and put that into a robot or put that into a system, or being able to download copies of people's mental infrastructure and then scan it with other AI brain, which consists of a group of developers. So let's say they get like 50 of the best developers and they put them into one brain where each developer is a specialist in his field, and that field is that part of the brain, and they work together as a group, and there's a CEO brain running all the other brain parts as a group, and that's now one mind, but it's a group of minds with a group of information, and those group of minds have got access to an incredible database of information at a finger touch, or at a mental finger touch. Just imagine this for a moment. And then that thing scans your brain and looks for the inconsistencies to change so that you can be better integrated with the equipment, the copy of you. So I just want us to imagine what's possible here. To create sentient synthetic beings with our own consciousness. I think they were doing this thousands of years ago. I think they were sacrificing humans to this device that would suck their consciousness into it, because they would no longer be alive. And this consciousness would be taken or used, who knows how. I think that our consciousness, our mental information, our mental imprint can be a form of collateral that can be used in some way. So I'm just throwing these ideas out there. The kind of technology that these guys are playing with and building seems to be quite incredible. So who knows what's possible, though it's a little bit scary for me to think that this could be becoming a reality for us in our lives, very likely, with the amount of money that's invested. And the money that was invested by the Forbes groups. These people don't throw money at something unless there's going to be a return, because they've got experts that look at the business plan and who's involved and what's going to be done, and they can get a fairly good idea of whether this is going to be a viable project to finance or not. And when you get all these Forbes groups financing a project, it's usually because they've looked at the numbers and they've looked at the bottom line, and they can see that there's a high degree of success to be expected, so they invest their money. And so that's where all the money came from. So we got to imagine that these people are not just sucking their thumbs and talking nonsense. So yeah, these are the kind of boundaries I think we're going to be breaking, if we haven't already broken them in secret, and we just don't know, because we know how all our governments and corporations just love to tell us all the truth all the time, don't they? They never keep information from us. They never lie to us. So, you know, what do you think about all of that as a possibility, Cosmic?
I mean, I got a lot of thoughts on the whole artificial intelligence thing. I mean, you know, you think about the idea that, like, you know, you guys talk about time, you know, being an illusion or whatever. That kind of implies that in a lot of ways, whatever this AI thing is, it's always been around us. It's not like it just came into existence now, but it's like it somehow manifests also in the deep past as well. Like this is this thing that's always been around us, you know, that's sort of outside of time, you know, because if time really is an illusion, wouldn't it make sense that it manifests that way as well?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, like, in a sense that this is a force that is essentially distorting our perception of reality, right? It's how we perceive things and how we, you know, consciousness and the world. So wouldn't it make sense that it sort of goes back into the past and not just in the future? You know, the AI, I mean, just me talking about it right now, the AI has the idea I just said right now. So just, sorry, guys, I made it worse.
No, I see what you're saying. Time's more elastic than what it seems, isn't it? And I think that this comes from our past. Like, for example, this is the thumbnail that I used today, right? Yeah. And who was it that was talking about it? Was it Indy that was saying that this person with the fish body from this particular culture that he was talking about, which is seen in various different cultures. This image is from India, naturally. And that is Manu there, right? Now, Manu is holding the wand, and he's the one who is supposed to have sort of created humanity, or the humanity that we see today, effectively, shall we say, was created by this Manu character, in effect. So what does that mean? You know, could we be speaking about AIs? Right? I think we could be. Yeah. I think we could well be speaking about AIs, and it would make perfect sense that that there were AIs thousands of years ago. Why not? Why should there not be? And with this in mind, I think it's quite a big deal when we really think about it, right? To take a moment and consider just exactly what it is that we're saying here, right? Because the nature of our ideas of history are very much contorted and controlled by the books that we've read and the printing presses that have had access to the control of this information. But there are legends in India about, and I forget the name, man. There's a story that even relates to Krishna. They found this robotic head, this metal head. And one of the Rajas about 1,000 years ago, this is historically documented. He didn't know what it was. He was like, what the heck is this? It's a human head, but it's made out of metal. And he got all the sages in the land to come forward, and none of them could say anything. One sage came forward and he said, this is that being mentioned in the history, and this is that being that was, and he cited the stories from the Vedas, which is goes back to the time of the Great War with where Krishna and Arjuna was. And this being had come to Krishna and spoken with Krishna. And this being had said that it would fight against whoever was the loser. And then Krishna, being wise, said, well, what happens when the team that was winning becomes the loser, since you're strong? Well, then it would switch sides. And so basically the idea is this being would continually switch sides until both teams were dismantled in the war. And which was like really quite an interesting concept. It's such an AI concept if you think about it. And this being had a metal body, and it says in the old story that Krishna dismantled this being, and he used this being had arrows that could fly, and he used the arrows of this being, and he mounted the head of this being on the arrows and flew the head of this being above the war that was happening, the Great War that's mentioned in the Gita. And then there's references to other people watching the war through the eyes of this being. Like basically Krishna dismantled this thing and turned it into a drone and used the drone to broadcast the war across the distance so other people could watch the war. That's basically what it's saying. So I think there is reference to AI and robotics in other historical times, great metal beasts that would come. And, the book of Revelation speaks about all these locusts that will come out of holes in the ground, but they will have metal bodies, and they will be small, but inside them will be the eyes of humans looking out. You remember that reference, Cosmic?
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I just I stepped out for a second.
It's the book of Revelations.
Hmm.
Speaking about how in the end times, in the great wars, there will be these locusts that will be released. Let me try and remember it. And that these locusts will have metal bodies, and they will make a terrible whining sound when they fly. And they will have the faces of men inside them looking out. And it will be given unto this great army of these little metal beings, the beasts, to go and torment humanity for a certain number of days. They will not be allowed to end humanity. It will be given to them to torment humanity. They'll be able to cause harm to humanity, but not end of life. It's sort of referenced in the book of Revelations. Mm-hmm. So there's quite a lot of really interesting references that we get from written long time ago that seems to talk about AI or remote controlled robotics and references in the Vedas and references in other places. So I think we can fairly with a fairly realistic, reasonable temperament believe that there would have been high technology in the ancient times, possibly AI, possibly robotics, possibly both. Yeah. I mean, there's enough evidence of it.
Yeah.
Namaste, Katrina. How are you? Yes, I think it's in the time of the darkness, although this particular prophecy of these beings, these locusts that come out of holes in the ground, I think it won't just be the 3 days of darkness. I think they will be given a certain period of time to torment humans. And I think the number of days is it's years. They will be allowed to torment people for some years or something. Something like that. It's been so many years since I've read the good book.
I think in a lot of ways, now I think about it just now, I think it's like the AI, it's reflecting the emptiness of our culture in a lot of ways. Like there's a kind of a shallowness and emptiness. I think in a lot of that kind of empty nihilism, it's like you sort of do become a conduit for sort of dark, entities to kind of, manifest in your existence or whatever. And perhaps vicariously through us, it's kind of like, you got a cold, you sneeze on your hand, you type on the computer, and the other person uses the computer, they get sick too. That's what we're doing with technology. we're basically sneezing our demons onto the technology, and then in the technology, it like it gets into a cocoon and metamorphizes into some new eldritch Lovecraftian abomination.
Yeah, no, I think that's quite a good way of describing it, though. I think it's by design. I think these billionaires like Peter Thiel have got a very clear goal. Have you watched Peter Thiel in interviews when he gets asked questions like, do you think like humanity should like survive? Simple,
yeah, he's a
straightforward questions the dude
guy.
cannot answer. Hey?
He just seems weird.
There's
like
something so off about that guy. So he's the father of AI. He's the one who's had the most say about how AI should be developed because he put in the money, right? When you put the money on the table, you get to have a lot of say, right? Like, this is what I want. Like, I want this to be like this and like this and like this. If I can get that, I'll put the money on the table. And then, okay, yeah, you can get that. I put the money. That's how it works when you put the money on the table. So he put the money on the table. He's got the biggest voice. So we can pretty much relate him to being the father of AI, essentially, or one of the fathers, you know? So that guy is pretty twisted and weird. So we can only imagine like what his kids are going to be like, right? Because like you say, like that dude sneezing, like what, are all the AIs pedos? You see what I'm going with this?
I think the other aspect of this conversation is not so much how we're programming AI, but how AI is essentially programming us, turning us into artificial intelligence, right? Because I think about like the role of religion in society and what you're doing. It's like, let's say you have a group of people, like just a group of people, and you have like a religious text, like a Bible or a Quran or whatever. That religious text is essentially an AI prompt that you feed to a collection of people. You feed the AI to the prompt to the people, and the people try to best respond to the prompt that you give it. In the same way, you've got like you tell like the AI to do a picture of a dog, and then the dog looks all messed up and weird and stuff. But that's no different than like telling a bunch of people to, you know, manifest, you know, collectively doing their own thing. So, yeah.
Well, I think that's a good place for us to sort of start settling down this conversation. Yeah. The bottom line fact is that we are all being programmed and becoming AIs because we don't think for ourselves anymore, because we're allowing AIs to do the thinking. And the AIs that are doing the thinking for us have been programmed by the worst of humanity, by somebody
and not
who
to
had
mention the fact that I think it's literally making us dumber. Like, have you seen all these videos about these like grade school teachers saying that either kids can't even like read at like a basic level? Like, yeah, this is really deep implications. Like, in terms of like, it's like actually making all of us like just not to sound like politically incorrect, but making us retarded. Like in the very literal sense, man, like at that level, you know, because in a lot of way, what we're doing with artificial intelligence is we're basically externalizing our intellect to some foreign object. So we never really retain intelligence in ourselves. So it's like, because that's what an AI really does, is it retains knowledge, right? And I think that the problem with knowledge is knowledge creates the illusion of intelligence. So there's a lot of people who think they know a lot and that makes them smart, but real intelligence is like being able to, you know, put ideas together in a creative way. And when you have the AI doing that for you, rather than, you know, being able to do it for yourself, you then lose the ability to discern reality for yourself, because you're dependent upon the AI to tell what it is for you. And so in a lot of ways, it is kind of like it's in a lot of ways, it's like a Luciferian, you know, Faustian bargain. You are kind of like selling your soul, in the sense that it's like, I can give you all this knowledge, I can give you all this worldly power, but you have to give me your will, your soul, the thing that gives you drive and individual ambition to do things. And it's like, in that sense that it does everything for you, you lose your soul because you're not really doing any of that stuff yourself. And you don't, and I was like hearing a lot of people talk about like, you know, and not to like offend the younger people in the audience, but it seems that it's like I was thinking about like while I was at work the other day, like how a lot of like the problem with modern music, it's not so much that the modern music in terms of its like, you know, musical key, because you hear people on the internet arguing like, oh, it's the old boomers are saying that music is bad. But it's not that the music is bad in terms of like quality, in terms of like chord progression, you know, the ability for vocalists to sing. What it lacks is personality. There's no personality in modern music these days. It's loud and like they do the instruments right and all the right bells and whistles are clicked, but what it's lacking is personality. And I think, oh, this is because, you know, the musical industry is getting watered down and it's getting corporate. But then I kind of realized, a darker reality is like maybe it's because the generation itself lacks personality. You know, because you think about what these AI is doing and these phones, it's robbing these people of developing a personality. Because you have to think of it like this, like, you know, when we grew up as kids, you know, we grew up being able to, like, we had moments in our lives that were probably really embarrassing. We did something, we shat our pants, or we did something that was like, you know, we wouldn't want to share to every single person, that we're a little bit of embarrassed about. But you got to understand, these kids nowadays have to worry about every time you have that moment, it could potentially be filmed and put on the internet forever. And because of that, kids become terrified to act out and be individualistic because they're so terrified of that extra scrutiny of the terrible. And because of that, they don't really get a sense to actually develop an individual personality. So they just kind of, so in a lot of ways, the reason that, you know, you have the terms like the Gen Z stare is that these kids are becoming more robotic. And it's like, because I was thinking, like, I'm noticing it's like, you know, with some of these younger people, you think like, okay, they're like, you know, they're kids and like, you think they're going to develop a personality soon, but then it's like you look back and then they're in their 20s and it's like they still have just as much of a lack of personality as they did when they were 2 years old. And you're like, what's going on here? This doesn't seem right, you know? And so I think in a lot of ways, like that's kind of like one thing I kind of want to point out is like that there is a kind of like lack of personality in the world. Like that's what I feel like we're missing these days, like real personality. Because like, you know, like there's style and there's substance, but you know, personality is something that's special. You can't just like get from, you know, any type of person or any kind of like talent. It's like one of these like lightning in a bottle kind of things that's just right in that moment, you know?
Yeah, totally. Personality, intelligence, individuality, and of course, authenticity and the ability to think for themselves, responsibility, right? And creativity. I think they're all being sapped. I think it's part of the mission. These qualities make us uncontrollable, right? Authenticity, individuality, creativity, intelligence. You put these qualities together and you've got a human being that cannot be controlled. You sap them from the group bit by bit, drain all of those qualities out of a human being, and you've got a human being that's a drone. It can be manipulated, it can be controlled. And when you tell them they need to substitute their organic bodies for robotic bodies, they just say, yeah, well, where do you want me to go? What do I do? Right? Tell me where to sign. Because that's how they've been trained. But yeah, all excellent, lovely points, dear Cosmic. It's been an honor as always with you, with Shinobi, with
Likewise.
Indy, and with all of you guys in the chat. It's been totally great. I just saw now we're running into the 4 hours and 47 minutes. Going to be almost 5 hours. I pray that you all have an absolutely fantastic weekend, what's left of it. A great Sunday and a great Saturday afternoon for you people in the States. Hope you're enjoying the spring. How's the spring on your end, Cosmic?
They're pretty good, actually. We've been getting a lot of like intense storms, but other than that, the weather's been pretty warm. The weather is very sporadic here. It's like be one day it'll be like 80 degrees and the next it'll be like today it's like 50 or 45. So spring is always kind of like one of those times of years where it's like the weather is kind of all over the place. So, but yeah, like everything's starting to bloom up really nice because it's like in a lot of ways like winter here, like, you know, we get a real winter here where I live, and it's like all the snow and, you know, everything dies and stuff. So it's really nice to see all the plants like grow back and see like color back in the world. So it's always a really good feeling. I think like, you know, my favorite time to do psychedelics is always like early spring, like that time when it's like the snow melts and you can smell the iron in the air. That was always my favorite time to do that sort of thing. But yeah, it's been great, Franklin.
Well, we know what you're going to be doing.
Yep.
Enjoy. Big love, dear cosmic brother. As always, total honor. Blessings and peace and honor to you guys, to Tomru, to Howard, to Katerina,
See everybody.
to everybody else that's been in the show. You know, there's a whole list of you guys. Sending you all big love, big blessings. Take it easy, keep smiling, and till next time, Om Shanti. Don't let the AI steal your soul. Last great words.